Sorry? Oh, well, we can get them online while we're doing our stuff, right? Gonna get everybody on. You ready?
Yes.
I want to go ahead and keep
quiet down, man.
All right. I am. Good afternoon. Is that on? Good afternoon. May need to turn the mic up a little bit. I'm Doug Shipman, the Atlanta City Council President, and I have called to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council Monday, November 7th, 2000. Thank you. We'll next move to the adoption of the agenda, which was sent out beforehand. I will note that I'll be asking for a brief executive session following the remarks by the public. That is, we have the Usually we have a standing notation. That's where I'll be calling for a move into executive session. With that, any other changes? Without those, I'd entertain a motion to adopt. Motion to adopt the agenda by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to adoption of the agenda? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent of the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries. It is now my pleasure to invite a friend and a friend to many of us, Imam Plima Al-Amin, to provide an invocation today. We appreciate all of his service to the Islamic community and to the broader community of Atlanta for so many years. Imam, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here with you, and thank you even more so, President Shipman and all the council persons, for your work and your leadership that you give to this city and our citizens every day. It is in these settings that I'm often reflective and reminded of Dr. King's two hands analogy. As many of you may know, and hopefully most of you pursue in your own life and leadership, Dr. King said, on one hand, I must attempt to change the soul of individuals so that societies may be changed. And on the other hand, I must attempt to change societies so individual souls will have a chance. In that spirit and that thought, let us pray. Oh God, merciful benefactor, merciful redeemer, creator, sustainer, and nourisher of all worlds, worlds we know, worlds we are yet to know, worlds we have forgotten or choose to ignore, and worlds we may never know. You are the God of them all. We call upon you once again this afternoon, uttering, whispering, and thinking of you as we pray to you in various names, yet our hearts and souls know that you are one, too great to be fully grasped, and too merciful to remain unknown and unapproachable. We ask that you continue to bless this city and our progress towards our mission to become the beloved community. Bless our city to truly embrace its internationality, where any citizen of this earth can be welcomed and at home here. Help and guide our city, its leaders, its citizens, to never be too busy to respect, care, share, appreciate, and support one another. We ask, oh God, that you continue to bless and protect our mayor, our city council president, and each of these council persons and their staffs, as well as those individuals who continuously attend these gatherings representing their concerns. Bless all of them to serve you first and foremost, and then to serve each of us in every district, neighborhood, and cranny in this city. Help them to remember the forgotten, to lift the down and out, to advance the stagnant, to remind and engage those of us who have gone ahead, to care and to share with those left behind. Help these leaders to lead and serve with justice, with dignity, with intellect and compassion, so that they can inspire each of us to work towards transforming poverty into well-being, greed into community investment, sickness into health, fear into hope, anger into pause, and patience, forgiveness, reconciliation, and that anger into peace, God willing, peace on our streets, in our homes, and throughout our city. Help these council persons and help each of us to protect our young people from violence, from greed, from ignorance, from selfishness, from indecency, and from hate, especially that self-hate. Lead us and lead them from fear to trust, from rumor to truth, from despair to hope, and from conflict to compassion. We know we live in difficult times, oh God, but we remain assured that you have put no burden on us or even no burden on this city that you haven't given us the strength to bear. So we ask, oh God, on behalf of this city, on behalf of these leaders, on behalf of these council persons and its citizens, we ask that you strengthen our fortitude, increase our commitment, broaden our involvement, deepen our connections and collaborations with one another, expand our thinking, enlighten our hearts, fulfill our souls and the soul of this city. And we ask that you, O God, answer our prayers. To you belong the sovereignty, to you belong the praise, and you have power over all things. Amen, amen, amen. Thank you, sir.
As we remain in a moment of reflection, I would ask if there are any who we should remember in this moment. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to ask for the condolences go out to the family of Mr. Dean Clark Phillips, who tragically lost his life aiding his fellow man. Miss Cecilia Torrance is here representing that family. Our prayers from the city of Atlanta go out to the family of Mr. Dean Clark Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? I would offer one, Louise Curtis, who was the lead plaintiff in the lawsuit that led to the Olmstead decision, a groundbreaking Supreme Court decision that made forced institutionalism of people with disabilities illegal. It changed the landscape of disability rights in our country. She was a longtime activist in Georgia and lived in the Atlanta area. And we send our condolences to her family and are thankful for her advocacy and for her life. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, this time just like to send our prayers and condolences off to the family of Mr. Kershnick Ball, AKA Takeoff, another victim of senseless violence.
Thank you. Any others? With that, if you would please join me in a moment of silence for these and all who have departed. Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We'll now move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. We have a wonderful lineup today of incredible individuals and organizations. I would remind my colleagues that while we could go on forever in these accolades, brevity is a virtue. First, we will begin with Councilmember Overstreet, and I believe Councilmember Boone's also going to join her in recognition of Tommy Dortch Jr. and all of those who are here. Please come forward.
Well, Mr. Dortch and everyone that would like to join us, please come up with us now. The family, friends, let's surround Council Chambers.
Great, great, great. Yes. Right here, right here, next to Marcy.
Dortch, how are you?
Right here.
Good to see you in a minute. Congratulations. We need to catch up with you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you for doing this.
Always make sure.
Okay.
Make sure that the people have to be.
Hey, how are you? I got you. Oh, well, I look forward to seeing you. Whoa.
I know.
Yeah, you're going to be on the part. Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Give me my hug. How you doing? You're always on time.
Carol, would you like to stand over here?
On this side.
Stand over here closer.
On that side over there. Both of you stand on that side. On that side, both of you sit.
Oh, Carol, here you go, Carol, right here.
Frank made it.
Absolutely. Okay. Can you all hear me? Can we turn our mic up just a little bit, please? What about now? Can we turn the mic up a little bit, or is that fine now? Just a little more, please. We're having to speak too loud to be heard. Okay. Are we adjusting it now? Okay, I think we might be where we want to be. Well, thank you guys so much. Like everyone, I am Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet. I am joined by the full council and our president, Doug Shipman, and today really is Thomas Dortch Day. I will just put today in perspective. Sounds like we went back low again, but I'll speak louder. I'll just put today in perspective. If you want to lift yourself up, lift up someone else. That was Booker T. Washington. And the man that stands to my left embodies that. When preparing for today, I asked several people, what does Tommy Dortch mean to you? Story after story after story after story. Started with, Mr. Dortch helped me with this. Tommy made it possible for me to do that. I am who I am because of Mr. Tommy Dortch. Story after story after story. And we all know that when you lift someone else up, that lifts you up. He is who we all should aspire to be. And I appreciate you so much in so many ways. The fact that we have flooded council chamber means that you are doing the work from the whole 50 years you've been in Atlanta. And you are leaving on a legacy that we can all emulate. And I thank you very much for saying yes to allowing me to give you this day and City Council. So for that, I'm going to go ahead on and read this proclamation so that we can get on about it. It says, whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Thomas W. Dortch Jr., an influential leader and mentor, as well as successful businessman. And whereas Mr. Dortch is born April 12, 1950 in Toccoa, Georgia, and attended Fort Valley State University, graduating with bachelor's degree in sociology in 1972. That year, he began his formal career by aiding disenfranchised people through proposing projects for the state of Georgia. He received a master's degree in criminal justice administration from Clark Atlanta University, attended Georgia State University as a Ford Fellow and the Urban Administration Program, and holds 5 honorary doctorates. And whereas in 1978, he began working as an administrative aide to U.S. Senator Sam Nunn and eventually became the state director, the first African American to serve in this position. And whereas Mr. Dortch has worked tirelessly to represent the interests of small businesses, minorities, and other marginalized individuals. Dortch began Dortch became civically active during these days, and in 1985, he founded the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame Foundation. He also co-founded Georgia Association of Minority Entrepreneurs and the Greater Atlanta Economic Alliance prior to the 100 Black Men of America in 1986. And whereas in 16 years of government service, Dortch left his position to pursue his interest in business. He became CEO of Atlanta Transportation Systems, Cornerstone Parking, and TWD, as well as chairman of Lancer Parking and managing partner of FAD Consulting. He has been recognized as one of the 50 most admired CEOs by the Atlanta Business Chronicle, and whereas Mr. Dortch has won numerous awards, including a presidential citation for volunteerism, the Martin Luther King Jr. Distinguished Service Award, and the Concerned Black Clergy Salute to Black Fathers Leadership Award. He currently serves as the chairman of the board for the National Business League, the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, and the Court of Master Sommeliers. He serves as a trustee. He serves as a trustee for Florida A&M University and Clark Atlanta University, and whereas Mr. Dortch has shown great vision and embodied the highest standards of leadership, he has navigated the maze of bureaucracy, organized executive strategies, and worked successfully with influential people in politics and business. And whereas Mr. Dortch's commitment to the community has made him one of the most powerful and renowned speakers, both internationally and nationally, to include appearances on the Oprah Winfrey Show, Fox News, CNN, Good Day Atlanta, and more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim the 7th day of November 2022 as Thomas W. Dortch Jr. Day in the city of Atlanta and recognize him And so with that, I would be remiss if I didn't mention why he's so amazing. It's because he has a wonderful wife, Ms. Carol Dortch. Who I'm happy to have here today. And I would like for everyone else to get a chance to say a few words before we hear from Mr. Dortch. We'll start with Council Member Andrea Boone, the Honorable Boone.
Thank you, Council Member Overstreet. On behalf of the thousands of citizens that live in Council District 10, where Thomas Dortch and Carol Dortch and their family reside, this is just a small token of what you have meant to the city and this community. And I dare not stand and honor you without mentioning the name Council Member C.T. Martin, who loved you and you loved him. You provided advice to the Dean of the Atlanta City Council. You all worked together with the kids, taking them to colleges, making sure that they had the funding that they needed. So on behalf of the Atlanta City Council District 10, this is a small recognition award presented to Thomas Dortch. Also, for those that have not sat at the feet of Miss Carolyn Dortch, she ran this building and I was in it, and she is awesome and fierce. So on behalf of the Atlanta City Council, thank you, Mrs. Dortch.
Yes.
This is a small token. Thank you for all you've done. And put it right there. Put it right there. Put it right there. Thank you.
President Doug Shipman, followed by Council Member Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you. I just want to briefly add my thanks. One, I hope everybody looks around this dais and sees business leaders, journalists, civil rights organizational leaders, political leaders. You truly span the entire community, which is very rare, especially in these days of division. You are someone who brings together so many different parts of Atlanta. And the other is, you are always somebody who returns phone calls.
I'll pick that.
And that is amazing. As someone as well known as you, someone who is as connected as you always return phone calls. From the very first time that I called you trying to help build the Center for Civil and Human Rights, you returned it, you talked, you said, call me if you need me, and you meant it. And that is something that is too rare in our city, but you, my friend, embody it. So thank you, Tommy Dortch, for always saying, how can I help?
Well, I want to say good afternoon to everyone, and of course, not just the citizens who are gathered in the chamber, but those beyond, all those who are here on the dais. We have all come to honor the great Thomas Dortch. And I want to thank Council Member Overstreet for making this happen. I've known Tommy so long now, I'm having a senior moment. I knew Tommy knew me when I was a baby. But I want to tell you a quick story. Those who've been in Atlanta a long time know that Tommy once had a serious health scare, who was facing death back in the mid-'70s after he was working for Senator Sam Nunn. And all of Atlanta gathered, much like we are here today, but you know, we were down at one, I think at the Hyatt, I think, for a huge dinner because everyone didn't think Tommy was going to make it. And, you know, my father was very, very distressed. I mean, I've never really, my father was more like Mr. Spock than Captain Kirk. Didn't really display emotions, but was very moved and distressed because we all thought that Tommy was going to die. But, Carol, a couple of months later, I was with my father at Pascal's, and of course, Pascal's was the crossroads of Atlanta. And there were some black business people who remained nameless and said, Tommy's not dead. I wonder if I can get some of my money back from that dinner. But not only did Tommy survive, he thrived. He made an indelible mark, not just on this city, but this nation and the world. Through his work with the 100 Black Men of America, which is an international organization, he has impacted the lives of thousands, thousands of not just young black men, but young black women. I mean, who knows what will come from the efforts of this great craftsman of men. What we do is small compared to your impact on our lives. What we do is minimal here today. But, sir, I want to grab the hem of your garment and just be in honor and hope that some of it, some of the dust, rubs off on the rest of us. God bless you, Tommy Dortch.
Thank you.
Now we will hear from his sibling.
Hello, I am Juanita Dortch Nickens, and Tommy is my youngest brother. And he is my family. I am today so proud of my brother, but I'm thinking of my mom, my dad, and different ones in my family who would be so proud today. But I must tell you a little something about him. He used to be the spy of the family because he would come and tell everything that we would have done. So anyway, but he made up for it with me. I'm the oldest in the family, and so he made it up to me. He's been very good to me and all the rest of us with my children. He's helped me. So I appreciate him, and I love you dearly.
Will Mr. Frank Ski come forward? And here you have a few words.
Wow, okay. I was just thinking I was going to come and be in the celebration. But first of all, I just have to say it's a very emotional time for me because people know this is like my father. And you have had an impact on me that is unbelievable. Not only me, my family, and everybody around me that you come in contact with. I just want to say thank you to you, but even more so, thank to your family that shared you. The family that always had a door open, that always hosted something important in the house, even when you were on the grill cooking bison. It's an unbelievable honor that I get to stand here because, like many people have said and who are gonna say up here, you are so responsible, Tommy, for so much of who we are. Thank you.
Judge Glenda Hatchett.
The judge.
There's a sweet, sweet spirit in this place. And we are all blessed. I mean, enormously blessed that our lives have intersected with Thomas Dortch. Tommy and I have been friends now for more than 45 years. We have been through hell and back. We have stood at the mountaintops cheering. I count him as an enormous blessing, and I am so grateful to both Tommy and Carol for loving not just me, but my entire family, that you have put your arms around my sons, my mother. I love you. But let's be very clear that the way that we honor Tommy best is by doing what is right, by standing firmly and unconditionally in doing what is necessary, what is right, and what is just. That's how we honor you, Tommy. I love you. I love the fact that you have loved me as your sister. You are my big brother, and you know there is nothing in the world that I wouldn't do for you. We celebrate you, we honor you, and we cheer you on. And then Michael, last thing, Michael, when everybody thought that he was down and out last time, I was sneaking to the hospital when I wasn't supposed to in the middle of the night. And I knew that you would stand. And so we stand with you, and we love you.
I just turned over there. Thomas Dortch III.
Uh-oh. No, I've had a front row seat to his mastery and madness. But I think I was his biggest piece of work. So everything he does besides that, it's really easy to do. But I never understood giving back until this man really explained it to me. And I appreciate it. Let me get out of here. But thank you on behalf of all the siblings for what you do. We love you.
Dr. Herring, Atlanta Public Schools.
There she is.
Mr. Dortch epitomizes a statement that I think is extraordinarily critical. His life is not just exemplary of hard work, it's exemplary of heart work. Not H-A-R-D, H-E-A-R-T. A heart for our city, a heart for our state, a heart for our world, and a heart for our children. I may be the youngest in terms of affiliation and respect, but I am clear that he is a champion, not just for our city, but for the education and the well-being of all of the children that we serve. And that is the type of hard work we need. So if we can learn a lesson and do right and execute justice and care, we can learn from Mr. Dortch, because that is his life's legacy. And as superintendent, on behalf of the 50,000 voices that are not standing here, we love, we celebrate, and we honor you, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you. It is an honor to be able to stand here with Mr. Dortch and his family, because I feel that I am a part of this family, having worked with Mark Massey as the clerk to the BOC when I was chief of staff to Joan Garner, and him advising me on so many ways to handle the legislation, and working with Trey and Janice being his backbone, and just working with them on the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame, and Carol in the office of the Board of Commissioners when she was chief of staff to the chairman, and Mr. Dortch for always being there for me, even before I was elected, just always being a word of confidence and support. And as Councilmember Overstreet said, Mr. Dortch does so much for everyone, and that includes me, and it has been years of support, advocacy, advisement, and so much. And I do have a proclamation, but I will not read it because I was told that I could not, but I will. I follow the rules. I follow the rules. So I'm going to just give it to you and leave it with you, and you will be able to read it. But there's a portion of it that's very important, and it is that day on Monday, October 24th of this year, when you made history, ringing the bell at the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Yes. With many of the people who are here standing with you, standing below, and we have a beautiful picture of that, and myself included. Thank you for always inviting me to everything. You text me, I text you, you text me back. You always send me an invitation, and thank you for inviting me today. I appreciate you so much, and I love you and your entire family, Carol included.
Anyone else? Is it time to hear from Mr. Dortch himself? Yes. Please.
And I know we need to get out of the way so the council can take care of business, but this has been a phenomenal day. I want to thank, and I'm blessed to be in two districts. I'm in Councilwoman Overstreet's district, where I moved my office from downtown from 27 years out to Cascade Road in Southwest. And this council person of mine, I dial up even before I dial and think of it. She's saying, okay, what do you need? In addition to that, Councilwoman Boone is my councilwoman for the district I live in. Love Southwest Atlanta. But I just wanted to say this honor is phenomenal. It is something that I will always cherish, because when I came here 50 years ago, it was part of the start of the new Renaissance. We had just elected Maynard Jackson as mayor, and a phenomenal, what he has done for the nation in this city cannot be valued enough. And then all of the great council members I got to work with back then, Kiwi Williamson and all of them back in the day. And to be here today and to say again to President Shipman, too, who's been a great friend, thank you for everything. Love this city. All of my children have grown up in this city. All of them went to public school in this city. My grandchildren have all grown up and doing their thing. Got some others. My youngest, 6 months, she was ready to speak on the council floor. But I can't say enough to say thank you. I wouldn't live anywhere else coming here. Michael, you're right. 35 years ago, I beat one of the deadliest cancers known, adenocarcinoma of the small intestines. All of the prayers, it's a 92% mortality rate. I'm in the 8th percentile who survived that. That's my boss over there. And right now, I hadn't told my oldest sister, I love her to death, don't want her to worry. For the last 3.5 years, I've been battling stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And fortunately, I'm in a great city that has some of the great doctors, some of the best health facilities, which, by the way, I chair the authority that owns the Grady Hospital for 10 years. So with that, to everybody here, and everybody here is part of my family. You know, again, I can't say enough to this city council. Thank you for your leadership and for taking care of a great city. And people, we're blessed to be in a city that has done so much for so many. And we all need to understand, and I said it on Frank Ski's show and all this morning, when we hear people talk about crime, it's the community's responsibility. City Council is making sure we have the support and the forces increased from our law enforcement, but we need to know that law enforcement reacts and they respond to crime. The community has a responsibility. We're in a city of tale of two cities. We have one of the largest communities of poverty, and we have one of the most flourishing communities of those who have made it, and the largest institutions of Black higher learning in the world. But at the end of the day, if our city is going to continue to be great, we all must take responsibility. God has blessed me. That first cancer, only 8% survived. I'm in the 8th percentile. I'm going to beat this one. Yes, you are. And make it. But to the day that God calls me, I'm going to work hard. I understand, and in closing, my good friend, the late Dr. Miles Monroe, he said the most valuable resources, the most valuable real estate in the world are the graveyards, where people went to the graves with so much talent, with so much knowledge, so many resources, and said they took them with them, and said we must die empty. So every day I get up, I empty my life for the betterment of everybody. I want to make sure my children have a legacy. And when I say my children also, the 125,000 plus young people we mentor in the 100 Black men of America. And more importantly, I'm a citizen. I will continue to do whatever I have to do to keep this city as great as it is. And any threats that come to this city, I'm going to be the first in line with everybody else. We love Atlanta, and we have been blessed to be able to be in one of the most phenomenal cities in the world. Thank you again for this great honor. Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Join me up here.
Okay.
Go forward. have all of the family and friends to get along the front of the dais? I also want to thank past President Caesar Mitchell, past President, can you hear me? Past President Felicia Moore, Senator Sonia Halpern. Can you guys hear that? You can't hear, I don't know.
Let's get a little one. Marcy, let's get a little one right here. Hey, Sonia. How are you, Sonia?
Are you here now? I'm tall. I stand at the back.
Short, I know I'm short.
How you doing?
Hey, Tommy. You got my cell, right? I'm going. So you know what that means, young for this is gold. We need to get out of the way.
My wife's like, he okay.
Take care now. I know. Okay, really? Really?
As this on? I don't hear anything. It's on. The mic's not working. Hello? Yeah, I know. I didn't. Take a picture of that.
I appreciate all the love in the room, but there is more to do today. I would like to recognize Councilmember Michael Julian Bond for a recognition for Barbara Ann Pike. If everyone here for the recognition of Barbara Ann Pike would also please come forward at this time. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the mic on? Okay.
Can we turn the mic up just a little bit for both of mine and Councilmember Bond's, please?
Dana, do we have teams? Call them and tell them to bring them. The gold ones. Just the gold ones. Members of the public, those who are watching, those who are present, in keeping with the theme today of giving those who deserve their flowers while they can smell them, I can't think of a more appropriate honoree as she comes forward. It is indeed a pleasure today to honor a young lady who has had such an impact on our particular city over the years. The chances are that her flowers you have smelled the scent of in your lifetime, if you've lived in Atlanta for any appreciable amount of time. It is my honor today to present a proclamation in honor of Miss Barbara Ann Pike. If you know the Pike name, you know from Pike Nurseries. And she has recently celebrated a birthday, so let's give her a big round of applause.
82 and 40 years.
Now, I don't want to say she's up here lying, but she says she's 82. I don't believe it. Do you believe it? You don't look like you're 80. You look like you've been eating red beans and rice. You don't look like, you do, that's right. That's why you don't look 82. But it's really a pleasure to be here today to honor Miss Pike for her lifetime of work and contributions, her family's contributions, in addition to all that they have done for the city of Atlanta. And I have a proclamation signed by all members of the Atlanta City Council, including the president, and it reads as follows. In recognition of Miss Barbara Ann Pike, whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Bobby Pike for Plants Forever Incorporated, a privately owned interior landscaping and holiday design service firm, whereas Bobby launched Plants Forever after working for her Pete Pike at Pike Family Nurseries, whereas Bobby began the business in 1982 with 3 people. She says, me, myself, and I. Then come through the serving of each of the distinctly hands serving the public with a distinctly hands-on approach. Whereas Bobby's passion for her employees has led to the success of her company. Whereas over 4 decades, her business has flourished in many of Atlanta's top shopping and corporate centers, Bobby says, I guess it was in my DNA to play in the dirt. Whereas after turning her business over to her daughter, Bobby Pike stayed involved in the Plants Forever, the PFI. Work continues in many of Atlanta's landmarks such as Phipps Plaza, Lenox Shopping Center, Coca-Cola, the Ponce City Market, just to name a few. And whereas Bobby is excited for the future of Plants Forever and how it will continue to impact the great city of Atlanta in the future. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Bobby and Pike Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Mrs. Pike. Oh, you're welcome. Are there any members of the city council that would like to make a statement?
They're going to lunch.
Oh, that's right. They've gone out to lunch. Any member of the Pike family or related? Yes. You're the daughter.
I'm the daughter, yes. Thank you all for allowing us to do this. We've been very blessed to work with many great companies in Atlanta. Atlanta is a tremendous business community. I can't say enough about that. As someone who's worked in many big cities such as Los Angeles and New York, I cannot just, Atlanta is top of the top. So I'm excited about the future for Atlanta and the business, and I'm excited about this day for Bobby and what the city has done in helping us and helping our business grow. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Anyone else? Well, let's hear from our honoree, Ms. Pike.
Well, first of all, this is a total shock. I had no idea I was coming here today. First, I want to thank the City of Atlanta, the whole Metro Atlanta that's been mighty, mighty good to me and my family. I've had great employees, but my brother told me, the first thing he told me when I went in business 40 years ago, his advice was to go slow and build a good foundation. And I know that's what we have done. We've had great employees. We've worked side by side with each other. And I cannot say enough for the people that I work with. Thank you so much for having us today. And again, don't do this again, because I was totally shocked. And I said I would have a heart attack before I become 82 next month. Thank you, though.
Well, if there are no other comments, we'll do what the city council does best. Let's move up here and take a picture together.
Next, I would invite everyone associated with the recognition of Goodwill of North Georgia to please come forward at this time. Now, I'm just going to say some of these folks were up here for Tommy Dortch, so I'm not going to name names, but some of y'all have been double dipping up here. It is a real honor for me in conjunction with all of the colleagues of mine on City Council to provide this recognition to Goodwill of North Georgia. We talk a lot in this body about creating jobs. We talk a lot in this body, especially recently, about helping those who are previously incarcerated. We talk a lot about growing our economy. We talk a lot about sustainability. And Goodwill of North Georgia does all of these things every day on a huge scale and more. And so it is a real pleasure to have Keith Parker, many of his board members, and other supporters here today to showcase really the work that they do every day for our community. So I'm going to read this. It basically says, in recognition of Goodwill of North Georgia, Inc., whereas Goodwill of North Georgia, formerly known as Atlanta Goodwill Industries, was formed in 1925 as a nonprofit with a mission to put people to work and was founded on the principles of service, excellence, ethics, diversity, safety, and accountability. And whereas the organization possesses a longstanding commitment to corporate responsibility, conducting business by placing emphasis on good governance, operational integrity, ethics, and respect for its employees, our community, and the environment. And whereas Goodwill of North Georgia plays an invaluable role in connecting our residents to employment, in 2021 alone, the organization connected 16,649 individuals with jobs. These efforts were performed through carefully executed programs that provide job training opportunities, placement, case management, work support, paid internships, and other opportunities for anyone seeking such assistance. And whereas the organization's career services programs include its virtual career services and digital literacy program, registered apprenticeship program, technology careers program in partnership with TechBridge and Nevada Help Desk, the Good Biz program, highway construction program, maintenance technician program, floor tech and custodial program, health environmental services program, logistics and supply chain management program, and many others. And whereas from 2013 to 2018, Goodwill of North Georgia put 100,000 people to work, allowing many key populations an opportunity to participate. You can clap for 100,000 people. You can clap for that. Oh, yeah. Allowing many key populations an opportunity to participate in this tremendous success, including women in non-traditional occupations, veterans, formerly incarcerated persons, people receiving public benefits, unhoused persons, and individuals with disabilities. And whereas on this day we celebrate Goodwill of North Georgia, Inc., its leadership, employees, donors, and volunteers for achieving tremendous success at helping our citizens prepare for and establish viable careers, ultimately supporting the attainment of the dignity and self-respect that stem from self-reliance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, and establish viable careers, do hereby recognize the exemplary work of Goodwill of North Georgia in the city of Atlanta and beyond, and it is signed by myself and all members of the Atlanta City Council. On behalf of all of us, thank you for how much you do for so many in our community. Let me give an opportunity for any of my colleagues who would like to say a word. Councilmember Lewis.
And so I want to say thank you to Goodwill for coming to Metropolitan Parkway. Two or three things. When I was in college, I was student body president, and I remember when I won, I had 0 suits, 0 shoes. And I'll never forget that pair of penny loafers that I bought at the Goodwill, and how it carried me that entire year. It went with every suit. And then I remember going back and getting suits for $8. Full suits, some I still have to this day that I wear to city council meetings. I remember my bow ties. Bow ties I still wear to this day came from a Goodwill in Missouri. So to see the intention of bringing a blighted space for 30 years on Metropolitan Parkway when it was Stewart Avenue, to see the intention of bringing a career center, 3,000 jobs, 4,000 jobs. A career center to us is priceless. So I want to say thank you to Goodwill North Georgia for staring at us and being intentional with pointing at Metropolitan and Cleveland Avenue. And I can't wait to see the growth. I can't wait to see the young folks that y'all hire from the community to work in that store and to see the growth of the Goodwill. Thank you.
Any other of my colleagues that want to say a word? Councilmember Bond?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to again say congratulations to Goodwill for all of the superlative work that you do in our community, meeting people where they are, being that hand that lifts those that may have despair in their hearts because of their situation, but you provide that light of a new path for those individuals. I've worked with Goodwill off and on over the years, and I really appreciate the impact, like Councilmember Lewis said, that you all have in the direct community. I too am a Goodwill shopper. When CDs were a thing, I used to kill Goodwill to go and hunt for CDs and what have you. But I guess I appreciate you all most because I got to meet John Bon Jovi with Goodwill a few years ago. So this is as I'm wanted, dead or alive. So I really, really do appreciate that, but I appreciate all of your good works and congratulations to you again. Thank you.
Anyone else? With that, I would invite Keith Parker, the fearless leader of Goodwill of North Georgia, forward to say a few words.
Thank you, President Shipman, and thank you so much for this honor of having a chance to come out and ask this question that I ask in front of every group who I get in front of. I get a chance to speak to many chambers of commerce and Rotary clubs and Kiwanis clubs, and I always ask, how many of you have either shopped at or donated to a Goodwill? It's almost everybody, every time. And then I'll ask, well, what do you think we do with the profits? And then I get a lot of blank stares. Well, what we do with the profits is we take those dollars that are generated by you donating and you shopping and put it into workforce development. And we do it very, very well. In addition, what I think is even more important than the 100,000 folks who we've helped find jobs and connected to jobs over the last 5 years that President Shipman mentioned is that we've helped 37,000 families move out of poverty in that same 5 years. Meeting people, as Councilmember Bond said, meeting people where they are in a no judgment zone and helping them reach the opportunities and careers of their future, of their dreams. We call it the ABC approach, a job, better job, career, and we will help anybody who just has any motivation about coming in and furthering their lives and making Atlanta move forward and helping them, themselves, their families, and their communities grow even larger. Lots of great people to thank in helping us get to this point. I'd like to recognize our board chair, Dr. Kofi Smith, Eloisa Clementich, who leads Leadership Atlanta, and Invest Atlanta. I always want to say Leadership Atlanta. Invest Atlanta for the great partnership with the Metropolitan Parkway, our council members who have played a great role in making that happen. But more important than anyone else, it's the customers, it's the shoppers, it's the people who donate every day to Goodwill. You're the fuel that drives our engine. Our teammates are here, our executive team, and several members of the folks, and several folks who get the job done every day. And let me close by mentioning and highlighting one other person. His name is Quindarius Brinkley, and he's a young man who joined us as a 18-year-old unemployed, brand new father. And lots of folks would have just looked at Quindarius and thought, here's a stereotype, not much is going to be made from his life. But he happened to be near one of our Goodwill Career Centers. And something told him, let me walk in there. So from that walking in, he quickly got a job as a part-time janitor. Not too many 18-year-olds take that job, but he did that. And he was a great janitor. And then he became a great career service person, and he became a great manager and a great everything else that we put in front of him. And now 10 years later, he is I don't want to say how much money he makes, but he makes a lot more than what he made when he first started with us. Soon to become a master's degree professional. And he is the testimony that all of us talk about of a job, better job, career. So Quindarius, if you'll stand up with me and thank the city of Atlanta and all these folks, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll come forward to take a photo. Thank you all. Next, I would invite Councilmember Boone in recognition of Bobby L. Wilson, and anyone associated with that recognition of Bobby Wilson to come forward, please.
Will all family and friends of our farmer, Bobby Wilson, please come up in recognition of Bobby L. Wilson, our CNN, one of our CNN finalists. Mr. Bobby Wilson is one of our CNN finalists. He has helped so many in the city of Atlanta and surrounding areas. He is also a resident of Council District 10 and lives on Veltra Circle.
Now they're gonna be coming looking for food.
In recognition of Bobby Wilson, come right on up, Mr. Wilson. Come right on up. Today, Mr. Wilson, we honor you for all you have done for the citizens of Atlanta. We became acquainted during the pandemic when many of our citizens, our seniors, needed food. You were there to provide fresh apples, cabbage, oranges, greens, canned goods, and anything we needed. You told us to just bring a truck. So on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, we honor you today. Whereas Bobby Wilson has served as the chief executive and co-founder of Metro Atlanta Urban Farm for nearly 13 years. Whereas as co-founder and chief executive officer, Mr. Wilson has provided a safe sanctuary at the Metro Atlanta Urban Farm for the youth and seniors in Greater Atlanta. And whereas Mr. Wilson has passionately engaged in this urban agricultural operation, increasing representation in the sciences for minorities, as well as providing a solid program for seniors to find a community through therapeutic gardening. Whereas Mr. Wilson's dedication to his community and service is evident through his decades of community building, leadership, and strides to expanding agricultural education. Countless people around the Atlanta area have benefited from Mr. Wilson's service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of Atlanta City Council, recognize Mr. Bobby Wilson today for all of his efforts in our community. Thank you. Mr. Wilson, we also have a proclamation from our 5th Congressional District Congresswoman, Nikema Williams, who wanted to congratulate you also. And Mr. Wilson is one of our top 10 finalists for CNN Hero of the Week. So we want to encourage everyone to go out and vote for Bobby Wilson, our farmer from Atlanta City Council District 10, who services all of Atlanta. Thank you. Do we have any,
Yes.
is this your family? You want to introduce them? Okay.
So I'm excited to be here today. I have my wife, Margaret, and my 2 children, Bobby and Arlie, here with me today. I jotted down a few notes. If I had to say, I'd like to be like Tommy one day. But I would also say we had a great partnership with Pike Nurseries during the pandemic. And we were able to go into schools and do virtual learning and help keep their school gardens going and educate them at the same time. I would also like to say I'll be going to New York first week in December to celebrate the 2022 CNN Hero of the Year. Now, only one of us can be #1 out of the 10. So what I'm saying to you today, I need everybody under the sound of my weak voice to vote for me. And you go to CNN.com and put in CNN.com, the 2022 hero, and you go to Bobby Wilson, and you can vote every day up until December the 6th. And you can vote 10 times And I'd like for all 10 of them votes to be for Bobby. But I want to also say that this is bigger than Bobby Wilson. This is bigger than Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. This is bigger than the city of Atlanta. It's also larger than the state of Georgia. We have a dream. We have a dream that we can change the lives of people through agriculture, and specifically urban agriculture. We can make a positive difference upon the lives of the people that we have been called upon to serve. And we are no more than servant leaders. Well, Bobby, how are you going to change those lives? We're going to change those lives through agriculture. We're going to teach people how to grow their own fresh fruits and vegetables. And by teaching folks to grow their own fresh fruits and vegetables, those vegetables are going to be free of any synthetic chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, insecticides. And don't tell me you can't do it, because we are already doing it at Metro Atlanta Urban Farm. And I just want to say thanks to our city council person. I want to say thanks to my family for supporting me over the years. I want to say thanks to my Norris project team. I was part of a $2.6 million grant from the National Science Foundation, and Ms. Turner served on that committee with me. We're working with the National Science Foundation to bring $90 million directly into marginalized and underserved communities. I am in this so that I can be like Tommy Dutch one day. I want to be able to come up here with a whole stage of folks. If y'all make me CNN Hero of the Year, I'll be back again. Thank you. Okay.
And then Doris Creasy is my godmother. Mm-hmm. She talks about you all the time. Oh, I love them. We're like family. I know she talks about you all the time.
Finally, it is my great pleasure to invite Councilmember Howard Shook forward in recognition of America Recycles Day. And all those associated with that, please come forward.
All right, and this is in honor of America Recycles Day, and we have the leadership of Public Works up here to accept this, which reads, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize America Recycles Day, a program of Keep America Beautiful. This day is nationally dedicated to promoting and celebrating recycling in the U.S., and whereas each year in November, America Recycles Day event organizers observe the day by educating neighbors, friends, and colleagues about recycling and sustainability. And whereas through several initiatives with single-family households, multifamily properties, and 2 higher education institutions, holistic approaches have been developed to improve the recycling system across our city. And whereas the City of Atlanta has promised to build a more renewable environment by agreeing to a 3-year grant commitment of $4 million led by the Recycling Partnership with funding support by the Coca-Cola Foundation. And whereas by initiating curbside glass recycling, the city reduced recycling contamination by more than 30% from 2017 to 2022, and the recycling stream yielded 14,000 new tons of recyclable materials throughout the project. And whereas these initiatives impacted and provided education to all of the city's single-family households, which saw the curbside recycling participation rate increase by 20%. And whereas from the continued commitment to recycling throughout the city, Atlanta will receive an estimated $1.2 million US in rebate offsets from revenue share for recycling in 2022. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the City of Atlanta Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize America Recycles Day 2022 and applaud the sustainable impacts that have been made across Atlanta.
To bring the microphone down a few feet. Thank you, Councilman Shook. I'm Al Wiggins, and I have the great pleasure of leading the great Department of Public Works, where the award-winning and nationally recognized Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission resides. Although we're here today to acknowledge or celebrate America's Recycles Day, I would be remiss to not take the opportunity to mention the significant accomplishments that we've been able to accomplish internally and as a city through strategic partnerships with organizations such as the Mayor's Office of Resilience, the Center for Hard-to-Recycle Materials. At this time, I will hand the mic over to the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Director and the Program Management Officer of the Solid Waste and Special Operations Division, Ms. Kanika Greenlee.
Good afternoon, Kanika Greenlee. We're excited about the results that we're getting ready to share with you. Over the course of the last 3 to 4 years, through the grant funding of the Recycling Partnership and the Coca-Cola Foundation, we've had amazing results, and we couldn't have done that without the residents and the citizens of Atlanta. So I just want to share some of those stats that we've done. We did a pilot starting in 2017, and then we had a 3-year grant commitment that started in 2019. So plastic bags and bagging your recycling is a #1 contaminant in your recycling cart in the city of Atlanta. So since 2017, we've declined by almost 80% the amount of people bagging the recyclables in the recycling cart. So give yourselves a round of applause for that. Contamination rates have dropped by more than 30% from 2017 to 2022. That's 30% less trash in your recycling. In 2022, over 2,000 more households were setting out the recycling carts than in 2019. The number of recycling carts with visible contamination has gone down from 22% to 10%. Clap for that. We've had 14,000 new tons of recyclable materials in the city of Atlanta. We've reactivated curbside glass recycling. So yes, we get this question all the time. You can put your glass in your blue recycling cart, and yes, we are recycling it. Yes, you can recycle glass. I'll say it one more time for the people in the back. So lastly, there are lots of people behind me that I like to thank. I like to thank our Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission board members. I like to thank the Keep Atlanta Beautiful team. I like to thank our DPW collections team, our special operations team, our suite team. There are so many people that put so much hard work into these efforts over the last 3 years, and we couldn't have done it without them. I'd also like to remind people to join us every third Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon at Atlanta Recycles Day, located at Greenbrier Mall. More info can be found at atlantagA.gov/recycling, and the next event will be on November 19th. I'd like to bring up the Recycling Partnership to say a few words. Catherine Hudet.
Thank you, Kanika. Thank you to Atlanta City Council and Councilmember Shook. This is an incredible day for us at the Recycling Partnership. We are so honored to have been able to work with the City of Atlanta over the past several years to really improve the recycling system in Atlanta. Our relationship started back in 2017 with an education pilot, and that grew over multiple years to include infrastructure and so much more. And now we're here today celebrating that residents are recycling more, they're recycling better, and they have a renewed confidence and trust in the city's recycling system. So I want to thank everyone here and also the support of the funding from the Coca-Cola Foundation. We couldn't have done it without the team. Thank you.
Oh, did you have more people? Oh. All right, so it's a big deal when Howard Shook gives a proclamation, so we're going to keep him up here as long as we can. No, I appreciate Councilmember Shook presenting this proclamation. One of the things about recycling and sustainability is I always find it remarkable of the broad support and interest that our community has in this. It's not just from the city, it's not just from the corporate sector, it's not just from residents, it's from everybody, because I think everybody values the fact that the work that we do today ensures that we have a healthy environment and a community and society going forward. Also, to the public, thank you for all the progress that you're making on recycling in terms of effort, amount. I mean, it helps financially to the city as well because we are not taking as much to landfills and the costs associated with that, and then the environmental impact that has. But again, like I said, it just creates a more sustainable world for not just our generation, but the ones after and the ones after that as well. So I this proclamation. I wish it weren't just America Recycles Day, that it's an America Recycles Year, but it's only through recognition like this that we are going to be able to get everybody to that. So thank you, and I hope another council member is going to come up here and sustain the presentation.
I'd like to encourage all my colleagues to come make a speech so we can keep Howard up here. He's really enjoying himself. Also, the clerk's office wanted me to let you know, since you introduced so many proclamations, you're basically at your limit for this year. No, I'll keep mine pretty simple and just thank the chairman for introducing this proclamation, and just massive thank you to Public Works, because I mean, what would we do without you? I'm deeply, deeply appreciative to this team and to all that you do, and to our commissioner and to all of his support staff, because I know that I email you almost hourly. So I am deeply grateful for all the work that you do in this massive accomplishment, and I look forward to helping. As Councilmember Juan said, I look forward to helping make this, an everyday celebration. So thank you.
Anyone else? Well, Commissioner, before we take our picture, in keeping with the fact that this is America Recycles Day, I am going to have to ask that you return the wood part of this. All right, picture time.
Hello, welcome. Thank you all. We'll now reset and move to remarks of the public. I would remind everyone who signed up that unless you've been yielded time, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And I would ask that everybody be ready so that we can be efficient. So I'll call the person and then the next two. And again, as usual, if I mispronounce your name, please correct me. First, we'll have Margie McLeod, followed by Alora Raymond.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm just sorry, but I was prepared to bring the streets here for rent control. But I did not know the work. They did put their names on it to see how they feel about rent control, how they don't have rent control that we need. Utilities is going up, and it's a must. Rent control need to be put on the ballot, and we could do this. And City Council, I don't care who it is, please, we need rent control. It's very important. And I am so hurt because I did not know how to work this. The people in the streets, they want their voices to be heard because they cannot be able to make it here. They're on Camden Road over street. That's where they live at. You see them because that's your area. And they want their voice to be heard. So please, we could do this. I'm not going to stop coming down here. That's my sign on Camden Road. That big old sign said we need rent control now. I'm not stepping no because I know it could be done. The city, the people want this. And we're going to have to find out how we're going to do this. I'm not waiting on the state, but the city could do it. New York have it, New Jersey, Washington, D.C. Why we can't not do it? Because guess what? They're looking at us, okay? Everybody around the world. This is a new ATL, so let's do this. Put rent control on the ballot. And your mayor say, I have him, he's favorable for it. Well, we don't have to wait until after the election. We need this now.
Time has expired.
Rent control. Have a blessed day. We need rent control on the ballot.
Next will be Alora Raymond, followed by Anton Tran and Bruce Jordan.
Hi, thanks so much for having me here today. My name is Alora Raymond. I'm an assistant professor at the School of City and Regional Planning at Georgia Tech, and I'm very happy to speak along with the folks at Housing Justice League about the problem of evictions in our city. As you know, Fulton County has an exceedingly high eviction filing rate. We have about 40,000 evictions a year, and that's about 1 in 5 or 20% of all rental households. Yet about 75% of these eviction filings don't lead to a completed eviction, and they're often over very small sums of money. But for the tenant, it's devastating. That filing follows them around, makes it very hard for them to rent anywhere else, makes it very difficult for them to move anywhere except for like a long-term stay motel, second chance housing, their mom's couch. And how can you follow that next job, that next opportunity, go to school when you can't rent anywhere? So this is having a devastating effect for tenants. It's eating away at our ability to have a strong, thriving economy. It's a poverty trap. And it doesn't make a lot of money for the landlords, but it doesn't cost them a lot of money either. And it's actually these large institutional players that my research has found that really use our lax eviction law to go after tenants. Now, these firms have been buying up single-family homes all across Atlanta. We're one of the #1 hotspots for that. We need to protect ourselves more strongly from these landlords
who are coming in and using our lax eviction protections to extract more profit. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the devastating effects of eviction. Evictions are stressful. They lead to damaged credit. They lead to higher rates of illness and job loss. They perpetuate poverty by harming the next generation. Research on eviction has found that pregnant mothers in Georgia who were evicted during the second or third trimester found their children had lower birth weight and lower gestational age. And these high rates of eviction, particularly when they're concentrated in elementary schools, lead to underperforming schools and poor student outcomes.
Time's expired.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next will be Anton Tran, followed by Bruce Jordan and Ken Roebling.
My name is Anton Tran, and I'm a member of Housing Justice League and a researcher at Georgia Tech. I want to thank the council for beginning to put an effort into our eviction crisis. However, since the resolution passed in June for the Tenant Bill of Rights, evictions have not halted. In the 5-county region, there have been 42,529 evictions since the resolution was passed, 13,519 of which are in Fulton County. The average answer rate is 16.2%. That means over 80% of tenants are being evicted on default. Part of this is because of the cruel 7-day answering period, and we have no right to cure. This is an injustice. We allow landlords, the majority of which do not live here, and are corporations to exact this violence day in and day out. Every eviction is an act of violence, displacing people and leaving them in desperate states. As Laura mentioned, studies show how eviction affects bodily health and mental health. When is enough enough? When are you going to put the pressure on these actors and refuse input from the rental industry and listen to the people? Our city will soon be owned by people who aren't Georgians, but rule over us and use eviction as a way to wield power and extract the wealth and health of our people. We know that corporate landlords evict at a higher rate. We also know that in many neighborhoods, particularly Black neighborhoods, these landlords are purchasing over 50% of the single-family homes in these areas. We need a right to cure, but really we need a tenant bill of rights. Right to cure is only one piece of this, but perhaps it can be the beginning to an end to this injustice. So please, move forward with passing right to cure, and please move forward with the rest of the Tenant Bill of Rights.
Thank you. Next will be Bruce Jordan, followed by Ken Roebling, and then Farouk Nunn.
Good afternoon. Tenants need more time to fight back against slumlords. Corporations and private equity firms use the threat of eviction to get tenants to move out so that they can gentrify the area. Georgia's eviction process is one of the fastest in the nation. From the day a tenant receives a dispossessory notice on their door, they have only 7 days to file their answer, or they will lose their case by default. Tenants need more time to be able to either resolve their issue, pay their outstanding rent, or find a new place to live. A right to cure would give them that time. Atlanta's eviction rate is extremely high. Since March of 2020 until the end of June 2022, there have been over 346,000 evictions filed in the 5-county region of Atlanta. On average, 1,705 evictions are filed per week. By requiring landlords to give tenants a right to cure before filing an eviction, those rates could be greatly reduced and fewer families would be evicted. Eviction filings can prevent tenants from getting housing in the future. An eviction filing can appear on the records of tenants and their families for years. And credit score algorithms based on these records often prevents tenants from getting housing. An eviction filing can appear on a tenant's record even if they win their case. By requiring landlords to give a right to cure before they file, tenants have an opportunity to prevent an eviction from going on their record. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Roebling, followed by Farouk Nunn and Emma White.
Good afternoon. I see sparks, but no fire yet. We got a solid waste route management system with a one-time cost of $274,950. For 3 years, at $749,000, $736. If you add $749,000, $736 to $274,950, you get $1,024,686. But is this a one-time charge, a one-time cost, or a per annum cost? If that $749,000, $736 is per annum for 3 years, that total comes out to $524,158. The Department of Public Works commissioner said it was $1 million deal. It looks like it's a $2 million deal. It's a small mistake the way this was written, but small mistakes lead to big mistakes. Big mistakes lead to corruption. Corruption leads to fire station brownouts, closed parks, the city selling its parking concession to a private company, which Mr. Bond had to straighten out because he worked very hard getting that right. It was a good work. Do not expect Oracle to catch these small mistakes. The auditing department says that Oracle can be beat. I'll call it beat. If you transpose a number, you can pay a company twice.
Time has expired.
Wow, that was fast. Okay. Well, you know what to do.
Thank you. Farouk Nunn, followed by Emma White, and then DeJuan Robinson.
Good afternoon. My name is Farouk Nunn, and I'm a community organizer here in Atlanta. And I'm here today to urge you to pass a right to cure for Atlanta tenants who are facing eviction. This is just one simple measure that will help make our housing system just a little more fair for tenants. I also urge you to pass Housing Justice League's full tenant bill of rights. Right now, when a landlord wants to evict someone, they're able to do so immediately without giving tenants an opportunity to fix the problem. This is unjust for several reasons, one of which is that filings can stay on a tenant's record for years and impact them whenever and wherever they try to search for a new home. Georgia's current eviction process moves extremely fast, and tenants only have 7 calendar days to file their answer after they receive dispossessory notice, or they will lose their home. I have spent time working the housing hotline that is run by Housing Justice League for tenants experiencing a variety of housing issues. And tenants call all the time in a panic because they received a dispossessory notice. The clock is ticking for them to file their answer, and they know that now they have a scarlet letter on their record that will impact their future housing options. Tenants need more time to either resolve the issue, pay any past due rent, or find somewhere new to go. We are asking that Atlanta tenants be given at least 7 days to resolve any issues with their landlord before an eviction can be filed. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma White, and then DeJuan Robinson, and then Timothy Freeman.
Hi, my name's Emma White. I'm with Housing Justice League. I'm also coming to urge y'all to pass the right to cure for tenants facing eviction, as well as all the, I guess, great measures that the Tenants Bill of Rights would offer to renters in the city that make up over half of Atlanta residents. I guess I'll start off with saying that 1 in 5 households with children are not caught up on rent. And evictions disproportionately affect women with children and Black households. And with the statewide ban on rent control, this will increasingly become an issue for more Atlanta residents as rents continue to increase exponentially. You have people with disabilities and seniors living on fixed income, and the rents continue to rise. This will further drive the homelessness crisis. It increases mental health issues as well as physical issues. There's been studies that, show that evictions increase rates of suicide and depression, as well as other health issues, like someone mentioned, lower birth weights in children. I'm neither Black nor do I have children, but just speaking from personal experience, I have been housing insecure multiple times throughout the past few years. And this, has pushed me to stay in Airbnbs or extended stays or, with subletters without a lease or anything like that. And I have been subject to sexual harassment. And basically, when you're in those situations without a lease, you're left vulnerable and people take advantage of you. And it just causes a lot of pretty much abuse from people who want to take advantage of people who are vulnerable. Like if you have an eviction on your record and can't rent anywhere, that's going to make a lot more people and families and people with children a lot more vulnerable to just, predatory people in the city. So I urge y'all to pass the right to cure as, a preventative measure. Thank you.
Our bell has returned. It was behind due to proclamations, but it is here at 30 seconds and at time. Dwan Robinson, you have 10 minutes due to yielded time, and then we'll have Timothy Freeman and then James Davenport. Mr. Robinson, up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, council. I hope the mayor's office, I hope you listen. I hope the inspector general is listening. Last time, Mr. Shipman, I asked that you guys consider, and I know it's, we may have to wait to 23, but when we come down here, man, we don't need 5 proclamations that long. We got seniors down here and we got other people here to speak. Please respect us for that and consider that. The DeKalb County do a great job in putting their proclamations after the council meeting. You know what I'm saying? We're the leader, but sometimes we can follow. So today we're here with my lovely Black seniors, talking about Grove Park renewal. Mr. Dustin Hillis' best friend, Justin Bleeker. Last time when I spoke, Dustin, I said something about it and you pulled your phone out and you texted him right away. Man, we caught you on camera and we found out you called them, and it's funny when people don't have experience on being good at throwing rocks and hide their hand, they always gonna slip up. He slipped up and called somebody right after you texted him, and it was caught on camera with you doing the same thing you're doing right now, man, But we're gonna get to the talking points, right? In early August, Grove Park residents contacted the planning department to report concerns about duplexes and triplexes being built on single-family lots in Dustin Hillis district, right? The city knows about these illegal properties and doing nothing about it. We've talked to planning. Planning has done a good job trying to help us out. But the mayor and the council members talk about neighborhoods empowerment, but it's the exact opposite. The city is taking power from the residents and overriding our zoning to advance their own agenda. Haven't you heard Grove Park enough? What is happening behind the scenes is making planning turn a blind eye to the blatant disregard for our single family zoning. Will you do the same on the east side or the north side in Buckhead? We know you will not. This is why communities don't trust the city. Grove Park renewal started in 2013 with a for-profit. They bought up houses for $7,000 to $16,000. They were told by somebody to create a nonprofit. When they created a nonprofit, the city gave them over $12 million, and we have donated them over 40 homes as the city, guys. Most of y'all wasn't on council then, but we have given them. I have all the paperwork here. You guys can go do your fact checking. We've given them millions of dollars and we've given them homes under the guise that they were gonna help Black folks become family. It's in their own handwriting, but here's how they come. It's beyond racism. This is colonization. It's colonizing when you say, hey, we come in the name of Christ. We want to move in. That's colonization. But it happened right before Dustin now. We got to drag Felicia Moore back here. Started with her. And Dustin have taken the torch. So with Justin Bleeker, who's the head of Grove Park Renewal, and Steve Brock and the rest of these the big money folk that finance some of your campaigns, they building these buildings, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Shipman, Mr. Howard Shook. I know how you hate corruption, whether it's white or black. They don't have zoning and permits. They building it without permits. Dustin and his friend allowing them to build it with no permits. And when we put the complaints in, it get pushed away because they got the friends in planning and they got the friends over in the mayor's office turning a blind eye, and it's being pushed away. And we got it. I got every address over there. Do not have a permit. They haven't gone through rezoning, but they built a single duplex. So when they said that you get a house, but no, you putting 3 families in a home charging them rent when you supposed to be allowing home ownership. You charging rent. Y'all done gave them houses and gave them millions of dollars. And on the flip side, with this resurgent grants that we supposed to give out $20,000 to $40,000, Invest in Atlanta and the mayor's office hired Renewal and Grove Park Foundation to vet the application because they said they didn't have the staff to do it. Everybody from Grove Park Renewal and Grove Park Foundation got them $40,000. I done had a nonprofit since 2013. I did not get it, and nobody else over there got it. And many people in the city who had legit businesses didn't get it. But the same people been applying for this money forever got the full amount of the grants. And we can't allow that. We can't allow that. And I got the documents here. We can't allow that. I'm not asking you to side against your council member. I'm telling you what's going on. It's beyond racism. This is pure colonization, colonizing. I heard a guy from Brookhaven the other day said that the Jewish community and the blacks are known for working together. That's true. Doing civil rights, we were all there together. The Jewish, the blacks, the whites, the gays, we were all there together. But somewhere along the line, I think we done forgot to help the poor blacks. I hate to see many council members, current mayor, former mayor, senators. I hate when they use Martin Luther King as a stepping stone because don't nobody have the heart of King. Don't nobody got that heart of Hosea and King. Probably Jesse Jackson, yeah. A lot of y'all Jesse. Ain't Martin and Hosea. We gotta stop using it and we gotta stop allowing this, man. White or black, we can't allow this because if you create too much more poverty, they're gonna come for those who have. And buck can't ride the street. This is why white folks get their stuff broken into because we done created so much poverty. And they think y'all the only ones that got it, so they come up there and bother you. But if you were wise, you will help the blacks that know how to help their community. Stop giving the same money to these same preaching organizations who've been getting money from the city for decades, ain't doing nothing with it. We keep giving them the same money. Y'all keep passing legislation giving them the same money. The same bidders that keep bidding on contracts. I know if I ask you guys right now, what is the minority percentage of women and black men that are getting minority and subcontractors at the airport, you guys can't tell us because y'all don't care for real though. I'm just being honest with you, I don't think you care, but this is a serious issue that blacks are not getting their fair share. We don't want handouts. We want our fair share. When seniors, when you're a certain age and you own a home and your house is paid for, I'm not knocking if a private developer got money to come build something, her house needs to be exempt for raising her taxes. Why can't we grandfather that in? Why her taxes got to go up? Because I want to build a house for $400,000. If I can afford it, that's okay, but her taxes shouldn't go up. Because guess what? We know she on a fixed income, leaders. So if you build a house and her taxes go up, $1,000 is a lot for her, right? So if I'm 70, I don't know that many people I can call and get $1,000. So when that year and day come, her house is gone for $1,000. Liliana, her house is gone, Miss Liliana, for $1,000. Because she can't, me and you can probably raise $1,000 in a year and a day. She don't know that many people that can give her $1,000. She gonna lose her house for $1,000? We got to put that in a grandfather clause that if your house is paid for, and if you're over the age of 55, we cannot allow men or women, black, white, whomever, you shouldn't be able to lose your house. It doesn't matter. Like, we got to look at that. And we got to be leaders because you guys are elected to be leaders, man. Like, that means a lot. That means you lay your life on the line for this when you chosen to be District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and etc. You lay your life on the line. It's not about black and white. We all, if you're white, yeah, you're going to have majority white friends and vice versa. But we all are one human race. We got to live here together because if I got it, you know what I'm saying, Mr. Bond, if your son ain't got it, then guess what? We ain't got it. He got it or I got it. But we are together, man. And until we get this, man, we're going to continue to have, man, we just can't do that, man. We are not New York. I hate when everybody was talking about San Francisco. How are we going to say Atlanta influenced everything and we the Mecca, but we going off of San Francisco? No, we Atlanta. We Atlanta, man. We've always had division with white, blacks, and whomever, but we've always had a big group of white and blacks that get along. Made things happen together. So we can't forget that, man. Black and white probably not gonna ever be best friends together, and that's okay. But for the common good, like we can't have people coming here using the name Jesus Christ and taking houses that the city is giving them and not helping the black community. But we all voted against the Brock $1 million houses right up from Bankhead. We voted against it, but guess what he did? He still went and built it. NPU said no, the community said no. Y'all still allow this man to build it. Why? Because he might give you $20,000, $30,000 for your campaign. We can't allow that. Do it above board, do it the right way, and you can do it. You got the money to do it above board, but they want to cut corners because they got my man Dustin Hillis here, who's a colonizer, who moved from Tennessee to here as a nurse. Who moved from Tennessee to Atlanta as a nurse and then get ushered in as a city councilman? Y'all don't see that? And Justin Blick is from Arkansas. They came and gave him $5 million.
Time has expired.
No, you ended me too quick. The bell didn't go off to that, Mr. Shipman. You tell me your kids is watching all the time. Now they're going to see daddy not being fair. You know what I'm saying? And you're a fair person. But these are voters. These are voters, Mr. Shipman. You're an at-large person. So when it's time for you to run for mayor, you got to remember now, I got 20 more thousand these things is coming, Mr. Shipman. So let's do the right thing. Amen. If y'all want this, I got this.
Next.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you to this audience.
Next will be Mr. Timothy Freeman.
That would be me. Thank you to this board. Thank you for your service, council members. But I want to remind you that it's just that, your service. And who do you service? Your constituents. Me, the small man, the little people. So once again, my name is Timothy Freeman. I came here to speak about a particular problem we have in Grove Park neighborhood where I live. I own a house in Grove Park. I've been running up and down Bankhead for the last 30, 35 years. And I may not be a senior citizen, but I am an OG. And I do know quite a bit about what's been going on in this community. And the people have been disinvested in, lied to over and over again. And repeatedly, here we go again. Now let me slow down a bit, because I want to thank God and the ancestors for allowing me the opportunity, the strength, and the courage to get up here and speak to you people and to everybody else. I want to thank God for the blessings, and I want to thank my ancestors, my many ancestors, for going through what they went through. Black ancestors, let me make that clear, for going through the many, many trials and tribulations they went through for me to stand here and speak my truth. Now, I live in Grove Park. I'm not a sophisticated person. I'm a single dad of a 15-year-old son. I own my own house, and I'm unemployed. How did I do this? Through true grit and determination. That's how I did it. Now, what has happened in our neighborhood, as my brother put before us, the colonizers, not the gentrifiers, because usually when gentrifiers come, they use their money, their power, and their influence to come right on in, and they'll give you the middle finger and just do what they got to do. What this group of people have done is came in the name of the Lord. They befriended people, including me, and I'll tell you about that story. They befriended people, made us feel like they were our friends, but they were wolves in sheep's clothing. All they wanted to do was lullaby us to sleep and keep telling us lie after lie. Justin, my partner. Justin Beaker, my partner. I done kicked it with both of them, but this ain't about friendship, see? Because I have no permanent friends or no permanent enemies. I only have a permanent agenda, and that is the betterment of my people who have been left behind so many times. So I come here to speak for the residents, in proxy for the residents of my neighborhood, because they tell me the things that they scared to tell y'all. They scared because y'all done beat them up, disinvested in them. They tired of coming to meeting after meeting, and they ain't getting no results. They getting promises and no results. Now, my brother has already laid out to you that we have empirical evidence that this Grove Park renewal is breaking the law, and somebody within this administration is helping. And we intend to get to the bottom of it. We're not going anywhere. We will get to the bottom of this. Now, we live in what we call the cradle of civil rights here in Atlanta, Georgia. And it is a shame what is happening with these colonizers and these investors just taking over everything. And they're doing it in a way off of our back. Let me tell you, Grove Park Renewal came in and used my name, other cohorts in the neighborhood that people believed in and said, yeah, I know Tim Freeman. He's my guy. I roll with Tim. Then they get some $2 million grant, or giving money given to them, using my name. So now I got to get some get back. I'm going to tell what they've been doing. They've been lying the whole time, lying to me, lying to the people. Now we have empirical evidence that this man is taking single dwelling units and dividing them into duplexes and triplexes. Only got one power meter, and to my understanding, that is not only immoral, it is illegal. Am I right? I'm quite sure it is. So we have the fiduciary duty to the people in our community to come here and let y'all know that we ain't begging for nothing. We got the information, we got the proof, we got the willpower, and if y'all don't do right, y'all will either be voted out when the next time comes, because I'm not going to get up off your butts, and if you don't do right then, what's going to happen is shame is going to come on you. Shame is going to come on you, and I wish Mr. Bleeker was here so I could put some shame on him, because one thing I know is when the rich people come through, taking what they want, they don't have no shame. I don't even know if they were born with shame. So I'm going to give them some shame. Shame on you, Mr. Bleeker. Shame on you. Justin Bleeker and them came into our neighborhood about 9 years ago with promises to revitalize our neighborhood. And I paid attention then to the trick words they used, like we're going to be here to help anybody who is willing. You see that? Then they want to turn around and say you weren't willing. We tried to help you, but you just weren't willing. They came in and said that under God's name, they were going to strengthen up our community and empower our community. That told me that they already knew we didn't have no power. See, they going to give us the power, but they lied. All they did was take away from us, took our spirit. We have only about 20% ownership in that Grove Park neighborhood, and I remember when it was much, much higher than that. I remember when the gentrification processes first started, and this has been a long process, but the gentrification is gone, and the colonization has begun. Anytime somebody come in and tell you that they're going to be your friend while the whole time they're trying to take your property, which they did try to take my property, but I'm still here because I don't play them games. I don't play that, and I'm teach my people how not to play that either. I tried to collaborate with Justin them, and I told them through some of y'all programs, I could show our people how to gain home ownership. I'm unemployed and a single dad. I did it, but he didn't want to follow me. They keep hiring white people or people that will follow their rules. See, they can't control me. That's why they didn't want to deal with me, because they know I can show my people how to get up off your knees, put your back up straight, and get what you, first of all, tell what you need to tell. Don't be scared of these folks. I don't care what kind of seat they in. They still average, ordinary people, put their pants on just like you do, shoes on one at a time, just like you do. So don't be scared of Howard Shook or Dustin Hillis because they hold a title. You got a title too. You're a king, a queen. Act like it. And I promise y'all, I will not be going anywhere. I'm going to speak my piece, and if Justin and them are able to go ahead and complete their process of complete domination, gentrification, all of that, I will do everything in my power to make sure that they are uncomfortable. You hear me? I promise you, I will do everything that I can to make sure that these people are uncomfortable, because they have taken enough from our neighborhood. I've noticed the way they coincide with other nonprofits who just give away enormous amounts of stuff. They give away so much that our people have become dependent on this stuff. They don't know anything else. And when I come to talk to our people through the religious teachings that have come from Justin Bleecker and some of the Buckhead Church of Christ. They mention her to the children in our neighborhoods and everything. I'm just telling y'all, I see this picture of colonization because when I try to talk to our black people, senior citizens and down, they tell me I ain't worried about it. God got me. So I see that people like Justin now have looked at the playbook and they realize how spiritual our people are. And instead of lifting us up with that spirituality, they use it. See, they use it to break us down. And I know most of you sitting here have seen this process before. I think it happened when we came over from the Africans in the transatlantic slave trade. First they came with the Bible, and we had the land and the gold. They told us to bow down on our knees and read the Bible. When they left, they had the land and the gold, and we had the Bible. We got to flip that back around. We got to use our mind, is what I've been telling Justin them. Teach the people how to rebuild them back up. Start the centers like the Goodwill did. I was so proud of that. The development centers. The Goodwill need to be on Bankhead. And they need to have me and the one and these people in here teaching our youth. We don't need no more white people, white women, people that are not invested truly in our community coming to tell us how to run our business. Right. We can do that. Right. And we do have other nonprofit organizations, other people who are able to do these things. So the same money and the same attention that Justin been giving Justin, he could give it to me. He could give it to DeJuan. He could give it to so many of our brothers and sisters. And we'll show y'all we can get this done. Right. I promise you. Just take a look at it, shift things up, whoever doing this dirty dealing. This dirty dealing is going to stop, and we want some of this money to be put into the black community and autonomy of this money. Not we got to run to Justin to make a deal with him to get a deal. Right. We're going to cut through that middleman. We got nonprofit organizations in place that if are funded properly and y'all come along with us, we'll see a change. But the change is not gonna, everybody ain't gonna like it.
Time has expired.
Feel me? Because what I found is sometimes me as a black man, when I advocate for myself, it automatically, inadvertently affects white people. And y'all got to deal with that because
time
white
has expired.
People, y'all have won for a long time. So we ain't really trying to be equal with y'all. We trying to catch up with y'all. See, so we can't do the same things that y'all do. Mr. Freeman. You can't expect the same thing that I expect. I deserve more because you took more from me.
Time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Happy birthday, Councilman Ways. And just for the record, we're not waiting to vote nobody out. We want jail time behind this criminal stuff that he's doing. Ain't no waiting to vote him out. We want jail time.
Thank you. Next will be James Davenport, followed by Prophet Curtis Harrison and Graham Kelly. James Davenport.
Thank y'all for allowing me to be in your presence. I am James Davenport, president and founder of the Hit and Run Help Foundation. Before my time starts, last time I was here, this place was a mess. It's so nice to see you all uniform and sitting in your seats without all these sidebars. Thank you so much. First, let me reiterate, the senior lift rides, please y'all, pay attention. Fulton County has this excellent program going on that a senior, 60 years old and older, you can put up $23. You can take 16 rides per month, 2 per day at $1 per ride. It is costing them almost $50 per ride. They need some assistance. You all have the money. How about pitching in, helping the seniors? It don't take much. I spoke to the mayor the other night. He's interested. Councilman Baum was there. Appreciate your input. So Mr. Westmoreland, you all, please, we need your assistance moving forward. Back in 1962, my family moved to the Washington Park area. A couple of weeks ago, Booker T. Washington High School, the first black public high school in the Southeast, had homecoming. That was a tragedy. Cars were towed, People were told lies. People had to pay almost $275 to get their cars out of tow. How many people you think had that money? Very, very few. We need to do something about this, people. One of the things about Washington Park, it is historic. It is the first black park in the city of Atlanta. The bathroom, men's bathroom, is horrible. I've been working with Doug Voigt for about 5 years to get this settled. Talked to him this morning. I'm to meet with one of the plumbers there. We need to see about this facility, not only that facility, the West End Park, the roof leaks. It seems like you all do not care about public facilities in our community. This needs to stop. I'm serious about that, y'all. Councilman Bond, you all know how compassionate I am about my community. Let's take a stand and actually see about these situations. Thank you for your time.
Prophet Curtis Harrison, then Graham Kelly, then Allison Johnson.
Hold up 1 second. Let me. I don't start it yet. Just clean it. Just because it needs to be cleaned. That's all. Again, here we go again. Like I said before, no justice, no peace. You know, and as a prophet, see, sometimes people take prophet's word lightly until it happened. Like I said about the pandemic was going to happen here all over the world, and no one thought it would happen. But yeah, we went through a pandemic. And sometimes y'all don't think that the people at this podium is just as smart as you, and that's not true. Please don't think that. Because I know money comes from Congress. I understand who you're talking to, how educated these people are. Then legislator, then governor, then mayor. So why is this money not being funded for these homeless people out here dying on your streets? Especially if you're a Mr. Black man in that street, in that seat. And like I said before, write this down. I know how to get you out that seat. We know how to get you out that seat. Let that sink in for a minute. We know how to get you out that seat. Now, if I tell this man, and I tell that preacher, and I tell that prophet, and I tell this man, and I tell that lady, vote for him, what they gonna do? They're gonna vote for him. If I tell them not to vote for them, what they gonna do? They're gonna not vote for him. So y'all think it's a joke? It's not a joke. Like I said before, like this prophet said to you, no justice, no peace. People are tired. I'm tired, so I'm not asking for favors. I'm the man at warm shelters for these people out here on these streets living in these parks. From DeKalb County, Fulton County, Atlanta, College Park, because sometimes we think College Park is exempt, and College Park is not exempt, and exempt, or Dunwoody or Chamblee. There's so much whatever's going on up there with our people. Our people are dying on the street due to homelessness. Again, people are dying under mental health, homeless. Women killing their kids because they're homeless. The 40% of homeless people are gay youth. We got our young people living in woods. And we talking about this a great city. And what are we celebrating? Tell me what we're celebrating. I'll be quiet. I tell you, if things go right down here, I will not come down here. But I can't stay, I cannot sit silently by and watch this city y'all call so great do what we're doing. And what these three men just said before they left this podium, and if we don't take heed, like I said to the mayor, the former mayor, this mayor, and the mayor before that, shame on you if you're allowing your people to die in the street like this. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And that's what I said. Write that down.
Next will be Graham Kelly, then Allison Johnson, then Jasmine Hooper.
Hello, my name is Graham. I'm a lifelong Atlanta resident and member of Housing Justice League. I'm here as well to uplift the need for a right to cure for Atlanta's tenants. Right now, our eviction process is one of the fastest in the nation, just 7 calendar days from when an eviction is filed to when the tenant needs to provide an answer. I've worked directly with tenants who have been facing eviction and seen how difficult that process can be, and that 7 days is not enough time for a working class person who may have 2 or 3 jobs, who may have kids. That's not enough time for them to learn the eviction process, to learn what they need to do to find legal representation, or even to fight back and organize in their communities. That is not enough time. We need a right to cure so that tenants can have time to either resolve the issue, to organize, to find legal representation, to avoid getting that eviction on their record that can haunt them for years. But that's not all we need. We need the entirety of the Tenant Bill of Rights that Housing Justice League has presented. We need a right to renew. We need just cause eviction. We need rent control as well. So thank you very much, and thank you. Right to cure.
Thank you. Next is Allison Johnson.
Hey, good afternoon. Just to echo the sentiments of the folks in Housing Justice League, in terms of our Tenant Bill of Rights that was presented almost a year ago now. Almost a year ago. It is appalling to me and to the rest of the folks within the organization that we have not moved forward with what's happening in this city in terms of evictions and in terms of gentrification, in terms of us being priced out of this place. Someone mentioned about us being this cradle of civil rights. Now, we've rocked this baby long enough. This baby has cried many cries about what's happening to us in this city. Our eviction courts are flooded. We don't have any processes in places to protect tenants. We are leading the South in terms of business and growing. It is unconscionable that we don't protect the people who get up every morning to make our coffee, to serve us our bagels, to serve us our danishes. We cannot continue to call ourselves the cradle of the civil rights movement when we disrespect the people that serve us every day. It is our time to do what is right. It is our time to make space. My father worked for the city of Atlanta as a sanitation worker. I am the product of that. I want to be in this space that was created for me. I can't do that if I'm unprotected as a tenant. So we have to, it's incumbent upon all of us to do this work together. You heard Mr. Dortch say that together. It is our responsibility, not just the tenants, to do this. We have to carry this torch together. So I look forward to working with all of you all. We have to get this done together. We have to get a tenants bill of rights.
Time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you. Next is Jasmine Hooper. Jasmine Hooper. Next is Henry Jordan.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here, to the law, and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. Isaiah 8, chapter 20th verse. This warning speaks against spiritism and calls the reader back to the law and testimony as the only basis for interpreting a claim to divine revelation. James Griff don't desire for Jesus' righteous word to live in himself or in you, to be saved from sin or death. James Griff, you can't deliver Jesus. You can't deliver like Jesus. James, you can't deliver like Jesus can. It is Christ's money created for righteous purposes. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Matthew 10, chapter 33rd verse. Confess me means acknowledge that you belong to me. I dream if I work your job, a man will bomb the building. You deny what Jesus has done in me. How can I give it to you? When you deny what Christ has done, I can't give it to you. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and shew my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Isaiah 58, chapter 1st verse. Cry aloud, shew my people their transgression, indicates that Isaiah was to shout against the sins of Israel and Judah. Jesus give us power to conquer the sin in us, around us, and in others. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life to Jesus Christ our Lord. Romans 6, chapter 23rd verse. Wages emphasize what we deserve. Jesus give us power to reap the wages that reapeth eternal life and kill the wages that reapeth death. I want this power. Do you want it? To fight the sin in us that's killing one another.
Thank you. Jasmine Hooper.
Good afternoon, President Doug Shipman, members of the Atlanta City Council and staff. My name is Jasmine Hooper, and I'm the Community Advocacy Director for the Metro Atlanta American Heart Association. Before you later on today is a resolution introduced by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, as well as members of the Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the city to make a critical investment in addressing nutrition and food insecurity with our partners at Wholesome Wave, Georgia. At the Metro Atlanta American Heart Association, we strive to support policies that ensure equitable health in all communities. We do this through partnership with organizations like Wholesome Wave, Georgia, elected officials like yourself, and a powerful network of passionate volunteers nationwide. According to the Georgia Department of Human Services, as of February 2022, at least 1 in 4 City of Atlanta residents rely on supplemental nutrition assistance programming, aka SNAP or EBT. To purchase their food. And with inflation growing, the cost of food rising, this donation from the city is critical and would increase access to fresh, healthy, locally grown produce for SNAP residents. And this is very critical. I would like to thank Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari for working tirelessly for championing this issue, and the members of the council for your hard work in setting a precedent by passing this resolution at the city level. Together, we can make a difference in our community, and please consider the Metro Atlanta American Heart Association as a resource and a partner in your efforts for creating a better, equitable City of Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alma Lott, followed by Valerie Handy Carey, and then Kimberly Handy Jones. Alma Lott. Valerie Handy Carey.
Good afternoon. Before I speak, may I pass out a flyer, please, for City Council? I don't need 10 minutes, but I probably need more than 2, if I could ask.
Sorry, the rules don't allow.
With me, I have my sister Kimberly Handy Jones, Ingrid Smyrna, Daphne Robinson, and my attorney, Neil Kapitsky. I am here on behalf of my family and one of my most precious jewels that was stolen from me by the City of Atlanta, my daughter, Brittany Patrice Glover. I've been to the mayor's office 3 times. I've been to City Council 3 times, and I didn't get a response. My daughter was killed September 19th on Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway and Finley Avenue. And I wrote a letter, an email, petitioning accountability. As we all witnessed earlier, you guys made a declaration to do what was just and what was right. And so I'm asking you to do what is just and what is right by my daughter's Brittany. I do not want her to be considered a Jane Doe. That is why I'm here. I don't want her death to be in vain. So I'm asking you on Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway to install some things that will help prevent somebody else, some other mother, some other father, or concerned loved one from going through the same thing that my family has gone through. Maybe you haven't lost a loved one or, in that manner, because my daughter didn't have to die. She came here for work. She just graduated August 29th as a new flight attendant with Spirit Airlines. Atlanta was her hub. She came here Friday and she was dead Sunday. And nobody, you didn't value me or my daughter's life well enough to give me a call back. You just recently, Ms. Boone, did. But for me to come here 3 times, the mayor's office, nobody to even acknowledge that. And I'm asking you, what are you going to do about it? And that's not a rhetorical question. What are you going to do about Brittany's life? Her life is already gone. But what are you going to do about the other citizens and residents that's over there? How are you going to protect them? There could have been a traffic light with a button that you push to stop cars and would assist pedestrians to walking across the street safely. Speed bumps, something, but there was nothing. But there's new condos over there. And no traffic cameras or anything. So I'm asking you again, what are you going to do about Brittany's death on Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway? I came here for a reason. I'm asking, I want results. And somebody here, you have the power and authority to do so.
Time has expired.
And I'm asking you to do so, to do what was just and what is right, by Brittany and by me. Thank you.
Kimberly Handy Jones, you've also signed up if you'd like to speak.
Hi, I'm the aunt of Brittany Patrice Glover. Valerie Lynn Handy Carey is my sister. I'm Kimberly Handy Jones. I came here September 19th along with my sister when Brittany's life was taken. I've seen you all talk about recycling, honor people with recycling. I've seen you talk about flowers. Well, Brittany ain't getting no flowers because Brittany ain't here to receive flowers. Her life was not recyclable. She don't get to come back. You don't get to recycle her. Miss Boone, are you over that precinct? Who's over that precinct? Okay, and we've been here 3 times. Okay, I hear you, but whoever district it is, shame on them. Shame on them. You black people are put in these positions, sitting in these seats. It wasn't for you to get comfortable. In this life, you gotta be uncomfortable to get comfortable. It's not for you to get comfortable. It's for you to put your boots on the ground and act like black children matter. I too also lost a son. I know how my sister feel. I know who my child's killers is. But for the person that hit Brittany and to keep going, we don't know who they is. And nobody wants to put their boots on the ground. Nobody wants to be accountable. I not only need you all to sit in that seat for the doggone income, you need to serve for the outcome. This is rhetorical. It is just egregious in every manner. All I get to hear is time up, time up, time up. Well, your time is gonna be up too. And somebody else is gonna be sitting in those seats. Dustin Hill, you are one disrespectful man. Shame on you. When those people were talking, you never looked. You never acknowledged them. Never. And I don't want you to look at me, because God sees all and he knows all. He acknowledges it. And that's all that matters. But I'm gonna need you all to look yourself in the mirror and think about what if Brittany Patrice Glover was yours. You would be doing something. And I'd be out there helping you. An injustice to anyone is an injustice to everyone. An injustice to everybody. You want to live and preach about what Martin Luther King said. It just wasn't preaching. It was getting up doing. And I hear you. Time up. My time ain't up, because I'll be back. God ain't told me that. I'll be back. This ain't over till God says it's over. Ain't no 3, 2, 1 ready. 3, 2, 1, I've been ready.
Councilmember Hillis, you were called out directly. Would you like to respond?
Thank you. Yes, since my name was mentioned, first, the family, sorry for the passing of Brittany in this tragic accident. This location is not in my council district. It is just to the east of my council district. But since I came onto this council, even before I was on this council 5 years ago, have been advocating for more safety on Hollowell Parkway, which is not a city street. It is a state highway, so any changes on that street.
And that within itself is a shame. If that's a residential area, there's no way in the world.
Okay, we don't control that. That's controlled by the state.
Well,
so,
you approve.
We let you speak.
You approve dollars over there.
So explain.
But I'm just saying. Okay.
So I have worked diligently, because in the period of in the past 10 years, there have actually been over 20 pedestrian deaths just on Hollowell Parkway, which is a few miles of the city. So I went to the state legislature, worked with my colleagues the previous term to get a deal with the state to bring changes to a portion of Hollowell. Unfortunately, they wouldn't agree, the state would not agree to this portion of Hollowell. It's only a portion a few miles west of here for changes and safety improvements. So you need to join us in speaking up for more safety on not just Hollowell, but all of our state highways in the city. That's where we have the highest number of pedestrian deaths in the city, is state highways where we do not have control over that. So we've got to work with our state legislatures, but people elect them just like they elect us, so people need to hold them accountable. So yeah, this is just outside my council district. So again, it's something we're working hard on, but we have no direct control over. We have to go through the state and they have to make the changes. So please join us in fighting for that cause and holding them accountable. And again, sorry for the passing of Brittany and this tragic accident. Thank you.
I accept that, but how many more people have to die before changes do come?
Thank you.
And thank you, young lady, for getting back. And I don't know who Andrea is or who district, but I want to thank you for getting back. But to Dustin, you need to take the cotton out of your doggone ears and stick it in your mouth. Listen to the people.
We'll have a final speaker of today, Micah Herskin.
Were you? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Micah Herskin, you'll have 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Oh, no. I also have some folders. Well, good afternoon, City Council. It's good to see you all. Again, my name is Micah Herskind. I'm a policy associate with the Southern Center for Human Rights. I am obviously here to talk again about the jail and the lease of the city jail to Fulton County. And I want to do a little bit of a recap of the last couple months, of course, when this issue first came up, and I hope that I can have everyone's attention as I'm speaking. You know, our coalition pointed out a broad range of issues with the lease, legal, moral, humanitarian, all the reasons that we opposed it. But one of the key factors that came up, you know, not just from us, but even from some of you, was the issue of staffing and whether the Fulton County Sheriff would have the ability to staff the facility. And so, you know, just to recap some of those conversations, on August 8th, so before the legislation was passed, the mayor actually came to this building and spoke to the Public Safety Committee, and he was asked about this 700-person transfer. I gotta say, it's pretty disheartening to see almost no eyes on me right now as I'm speaking as the public. And so what Mayor Dickens said when he got here was that, well, the reason we're gonna do these 700 transfers in a phased order is because the sheriff will have to hire staff. So he, you know, Mayor Dickens said, the sheriff will have to hire staff, so we can't just do all 700 people right now. That was the 8th. On the 15th, we came back again. We told you lots of stories about the decades of mismanagement at the jail, the historic understaffing, the fact that this has been, you know, a long-standing trend. And so, you know, then of course you all passed the lease deal with, again, the expectation that the sheriff would be hiring staff in order to staff the facility that you all control. Then on September 21st, so over a month later, Sheriff Labatt went to the Fulton Board of Commissioners, and what he told them was that in the past time, he had hired 397 officers and he had lost 437. So in other words, he had lost more staff than he had hired in that time. So he's actually decreasing the number of staff that he has for all of these people, when what was sort of promised to you all when you approved this deal is that he was going to be hiring more staff. A little while later, on October 10th, at another Board of Commissioners meeting, Sheriff Labatt said that he had 155 vacancies. So, you know, time is ticking, right, as the lease is getting closer, and it's not only has he not hired more staff to staff the facility that you all are responsible for, but he's actually lost staff. Then, just last week, November 12th, at the Board of Commissioners meeting, Chairman Pitts shared this, said this quote that I'm about to read. He was speaking to Sheriff Labatt, and he said, quote, "We don't have enough personnel at Rice Street. We don't have enough personnel for the city jail. And you, Sheriff Labatt, spent several $100,000 renovating Alpharetta, and you have no personnel. So where is that coming from?" So Chairman Pitts is saying to the sheriff, you don't have the staff for your current jail. You don't have it for the North Fulton Annex that you just decided to reopen and put a bunch of money into, and you certainly don't have it for the Atlanta City Jail. And what happens when you don't have enough staff for facilities is that people are put at risk. And so to give you one example, one of the materials in your folder is a document that we got from back in September. So in September, we heard that there was a lice outbreak at the Fulton County Jail, not something that you can attribute to, a poor building quality, something that comes from understaffing, not keeping the place clean, not having the manpower, the person power to maintain the facility. And we sent an open record request for information related to that lice outbreak. And I want to read you all, and this is honestly like a content warning. This is really disturbing. These are some of the key findings from this report that we got from an open records request. First, 100% of people detained housed on 3 North had either lice, scabies, or both. Second, greater than 90% of affected incarcerated people were significantly malnourished with obvious muscle wasting and cachexia. And I don't actually know what that is. I looked it up. It's a disease that causes severe muscle and weight loss, often found in people with AIDS or cancer. More than 90% of people on this wing had these diseases. The next one, cells had a presence of excessive waste and debris. When you don't have staff, you can't keep facilities clean. You can't manage a facility. The last one, greater than 90% of incarcerated people had not been completing their ADLs or receiving essential medications. ADLs are activities of daily living. That includes showering, dressing, getting out of bed, walking, using the toilet. 90% of people had not been completing those basic tasks. And 3 North, the area where this infestation happened, is the mental health wing. That's where people are held who have severe, severe mental illnesses. And so this is just one glimpse into what is happening at that jail because they don't have the staff to keep this facility running. And that's what they are trying to bring to the Atlanta City Jail. On the other hand, what we have had in the last in the last 2 months is multiple reports come out that say, hey, there are actually a bunch of people in that jail that we don't think need to be there, that could be released because they've been in jail for over a year or over 90 days without even being formally charged. A bunch of people who are there just because they're too poor to afford cash bail. So if it was someone who had a bunch of money, they could get out, but because you're poor, you're gonna end up in jail. That is who is in that jail. That's who you're gonna bring to the Atlanta City Jail and profit off of, by the way, right? Because in the contract, it says that Atlanta's entitled to some of this money and we're all against private prisons until it's time for Atlanta to profit. So we have all of these issues. It's logistical, it's moral. They literally cannot staff the building. They have lost staff in the last months. They've not added staff as Mayor Dickens said that they would. And then the last thing that I'll just close out with is you also have in your packet a legal letter that was sent today by the ACLU of Georgia, ACLU, and Southern Center pointing out some legal issues that are actually in the IGA that contradict the language of the ordinance that you all passed. And the last thing I'll highlight is that one of the problems with the IGA is that it doesn't even give you all an option to leave the contract or to dismiss the IGA if you want to. Only Fulton County has that responsibility. So please consider all this. You can still get out of this.
Thank you. I want to thank all members of the public who have come forward for remarks today. Before we get to the report of the journal, I would request and entertain a motion to move to executive committee. Madam City Attorney, what is the purpose of the executive committee session?
Good afternoon. The purpose of the executive session is pursuant to the Official Code of Georgia, Section 50-18-72, Sub A25A, and that's to discuss materials that would be otherwise subject to an exclusion under the Open Records Act.
Thank you. We entertain a motion? Moved by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion to move into executive session? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into executive session.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We'll now move into Committee Room 2 for a brief executive session. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Westmoreland. Is there any discussion? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to returning to regular council meeting? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to return.
Unanimous consent of members present is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to return carries. We're back in regular session and back to the regular agenda. We'll now move to the report of the journal.
First item is 22-C.
I think we need to do the report of the journal, Mr. Clerk, first.
Thank you. I, Forrest Webb III, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the October 17th regular City Council meeting and the October 26th special call council meeting are true and correct.
If there are any corrections, without any corrections, I would entertain a motion to adopt those sets of minutes. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Be unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt the minutes? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes carries. We'll now move to communications. Correct the count, 13 yeas, 0 nays on unanimous consent. Let's move to communications.
Thank you. Communications are as follows. Number 1, 22C 5172, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer Deep Majur submitting the September 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022 monthly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendations is to accept and file.
Let it follow that course.
Number 2, 22C 5173, a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, and Michael Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Ms. Stacy Key to serve as a member of the Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force. Recommendation is to refer to Finance Executive Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Council President, I'd like to take items 3 through 5 together.
Without objection, please proceed.
Number 3, 22C 5174, a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, and Michael Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Ms. Miracle Fletcher to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Community Development and Human Resources and Committee on Council. Number 4, 22C 5175, a communication from council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andriel L. Boone, District 10, Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Sean Waits, Post 3 at Large, appointing Sergeant Isaac Thomas to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Veteran Affairs. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council. Number 5, 22C 5176, A communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. Sergio Mendez to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Veteran Affairs. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Communications 3, 4, and 5, all to be referred to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the items follow that course.
I'd like to take number 6 and 7 together as well.
Without objection, please proceed.
Number 6, 22C 5177, a communication from council members Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at Large, reappointing Mr. Clifford Ice to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years to begin retroactively on November 7th, 2022 and expire November 6th, 2025. Number 7, 22C 5178, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Layla Company to serve as a member of the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Communications number 6 and 7 are to be referred to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
Let them both follow that course.
Number 8, 22C 5179, a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Dr. Tony Burks to serve as a member of the Human Relations Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Number 9, 22C 5180, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Darren Shearbaum to serve as Chief of the Atlanta Police Department for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation is to refer to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
That ends the communications.
Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration today?
No, sir.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll now move to the consent agenda, section 1, which can be found on page 5 of the materials. These are items for second reading. The appropriate motion is for an adoption of those items. First, I'll ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1, by my colleagues today? There's a motion to adopt consent agenda, section 1 by Councilmember Wan. There's a second by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda, section 2, which begins on page 22 of your materials. These are ordinances and items for first read. The appropriate motion here is to refer. Are there any items that should be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, there's a motion from Councilmember Wan to refer these items. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to refer consent agenda items, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays. 13
yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of standing committees, which begins on page 25 of the materials. We'll begin today with the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report. However, I do want to let the public know that the Community Development and Human Services Committee was invited by the Piedmont Park Conservancy for a tour of Piedmont Park this Thursday, November 10th at 1:00 p.m. Based on who responded interest, we don't believe we will have quorum, but there is a possibility of quorum of members if one or two more people do show up. But no official votes will be taken at that particular tour. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Transportation Committee. Chair Faroki.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have two items today. They're both related. The first is an ordinance 22-0-1783. It came out of committee 4 yeas, 1 abstention. Sometimes I read the caption, sometimes someone else reads the caption. Who should read it? I'm reading it, all right. An ordinance by the Transportation Committee to amend the fiscal year 2023 Aviation Encumbrance Program Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $569,216,307 to reestablish the Aviation Encumbrance Program capacity to fund future projects at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes. Move to approve.
The motion coming out of committee, it does not need a second. 22-0-1783. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1783.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Our next item is a related, in fact, identical resolution, 22R4340. It's redundant to the ordinance, so we'll move to file it, but it reads an ordinance by Transportation Committee to amend the fiscal year 2023 Aviation Encumbrance Program Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $569,216,307 to reestablish the Aviation Encumbrance Program capacity to fund future projects at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and for other purposes. And again, the sponsor requested this item be filed. Motion to file. Something wrong? That was completely incorrect. Not my fault.
Would you like to rescind your motion?
Yeah, that's not the paper we're talking about at all. Well, it is 22R4340, but the caption was wrong. So resolution 22R4340, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood to clarify the project scope of the 2015 T-SPOS project, Moores Mill Road and West Wesley Road intersection improvements in order to make it a 3-lane intersection and not a 4-lane intersection, and for other purposes. The sponsor has requested that we file this item. Motion to file.
There's a motion to file. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there any discussion on the motion to file 22-R-4340? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
That concludes the report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Finance Exec Committee, Chair 1.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we're on page 34 of the agenda. Mr. President, I'd like to take items 1, 2, and 3 together.
Without objection, please proceed.
All right, item 22-C-5167, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Employee Benefits. 22-C-5168, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Citywide Cash Handling. And 22-C-5170, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Beltline Special Service District, Financial Review 2022. Motion from the committee on all three is to accept and file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to accept and file these 3 items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept and file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion. Well, we'll do this via unanimous consent since these are communications. Is there any objection to the motion to accept and file these 3 items? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file on all three items carries.
Mr. President, that concludes our report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Committee on Council. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Please turn to your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee on Council. Council President, may I sound item 1? This communication was found favorable in today's Committee on Council meeting.
Please proceed.
Item 1, 22-C-5165, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Janae Prince to serve as Commissioner of the Department of City Planning for the City of Atlanta. This item was found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 22-C-5165. Is there any discussion on the communication? Hearing none, let's move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-C-5165.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Item number 2, 22-R-4588, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Ms. Natalie Lewis, the nominee of the Georgia chapter of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, to serve on the governing board of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 3 years, to begin on the date of approval of this appointment and for other purposes. This item was favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 22-R-4588. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-4588.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote?
Please reflect Councilmember Juan as an aye.
The vote is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Westmoreland?
I attempted to vote yes as well.
Correction, 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
At this time, the Atlanta City Council would like to wish the Honorable Howard Shook and the Honorable Keisha Waits a happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you. Council President, this concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Zoning Committee. Chair Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. Please turn your agendas to page 39 as we start our zoning report. We'll start with ordinances for second read. I would like to take items 1 and 2 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Number 1, legislative item 22-O-1687, case number Z-22-47, location 1005, 1021-1025 Howell Mill Road Northwest, 701, 707, 711, and 717 Edge Hill Avenue Northwest, 690, 712, and 724 11th Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from MRC3 Mixed Residential Commercial, MRC3C Mixed Residential Commercial Conditional, C2C Commercial Service District Conditional, and I1 Industrial, Light Industrial, to MRC3 Mixed Residential Commercial. Number 2, legislative item 22-O-1688, case number U-22-17, location 1005, 1021, 1025 Howell Mill Road Northwest, 701, 707, 711, 717 Edge Hill Avenue Northwest, 690, 712, and 724 11th Street Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a hotel. Items number 1 and number 2 were favorable, so I motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It does need a second. Items 22-0-1687 and 1688. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Waits, how would you like to vote? Aye. Councilmember Waits says aye.
Duly noted. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Items number 3 and number 4, first reads, and I would like to take these as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Number 3, legislative item number 22-0-1792, case number U-22-21. Location 2331 Bolton Road Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a hotel. And number 4, 22-0-1809, case number Z-22-81, location 2804 Yates Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from RG3 Residential General Sector 3 to PDMU, Planned Development Mixed Use. The motion is to refer items number 3 and 4 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer 22-0-1792 and 22-0-1809 by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer these two items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. Council President Shipman, it's necessary for us to go into committee of the whole, so I move to go into the committee of the whole to take actions on 2 held papers.
There's a motion by Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Juan to move into committee of the whole. Is there any discussion? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to moving to committee of the whole? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move to committee of the whole carries. We're now in committee of the whole.
Thank you. Items number 7 and number 8 are related items, and I would like to take these as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Number 7, legislative item 22-0-1641, case number Z-22-55. Location is 1875 Peachtree Road Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from C3CBL Commercial Residential District Conditional Beltline Overlay to C3CBL Commercial Residential District Conditional Beltline Overlay. Number 8, 22-0-1646, case numbers U-22-20, location 1875 Peachtree Road Northeast. The ordinance is for a special use for a hotel. Is there a motion? And I second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Overstreet to approve 22-0-1641 and 22-0-1646. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Thank you, President Shipman. I make a motion to exit Committee of the Whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Juan to exit Committee of the Whole. Is there any discussion on the motion? Without objection, we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving out of Committee of the Whole? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move out of Committee of the Whole.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries. We're now back into our regular meeting.
Thank you. Are you going to take it up now? I'd like to make a motion to
Adopt.
adopt the items number 7 and number 8 for adoption. Is there a second?
There's a motion by Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to adopt 22-0-1641 and 22-0-1646. Just to clarify for the public, even though they were adopted in committee, that's a committee adoption, and now we're moving into full council, so this is for full adoption. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these two items.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Westmoreland, how would you like your vote reflected? Please reflect Councilmember Westmoreland as an aye.
Thank you. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays, motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. That concludes all zoning matters.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Public Safety and Legal Administration. Chair Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two items. First is a communication, 22C 5166, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department Financial Transaction Review. Motion is to accept and file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to accept and file 22-C-5166. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept and file? We can do this via unanimous consent since it's a communication. Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to accept and file? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
Next item, 22-0-1745. This is a charter amendment, so this will be its third reading and final adoption. An ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia laws. 4469 et sec, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA section listed, as amended by amending Part 1, Subpart A, Appendix 4, Citizen Review Board, Section 10A, Compensation, Conflict of Interest Removal, to amend the Atlanta Citizens Review Board membership compensation and for other purposes. Favorable out of committee.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 22-0-1745. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1745.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. That completes the report of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
Thank you, Chair Hillis. Next, we will move to the birthday chair, balloon-toting Chair Shook, Utilities Committee.
No report.
Thank you, Chair Shook. That completes our committee reports for today. We'll now move to personal papers and items for immediate consideration. We'd just take a brief pause here while the materials are passed out. Okay. We will begin today if they're ready. Councilmember Waits, it is your birthday, almost, or it was your birthday, I guess. Yes, it was your birthday, but we're celebrating with those big balloons. I wonder how old you are. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 31422, an ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Waits to amend the ordinance 220-1718, which authorized donations from the Post 3 Carry Forward account to support various ministries and nonprofit organizations with COVID-19 relief efforts. Elms number
Elms ID 31422 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, sir. Elms number 31423, an ordinance by Keisha Waits authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $7,000 from the Post 3 at Large Carry Forward account to support various ministries and nonprofit organizations with COVID relief efforts.
Elms ID 31423 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 31398. This is a resolution by Keisha Waits urging the General Assembly to amend OCGA Code 4-6-226 to increase the penalties for offenses related to parking for persons with disabilities to a maximum fine of $5,000 and to expand the authority of local law enforcement to tow vehicles which impede or block access to parking for persons with disabilities.
Elms ID 31398 will be jointly referred to the Public Safety and Finance Exec Committees. Councilmember Waits, anything else?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I've concluded.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
ID number 31364, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to amend the Atlanta City Council authorizing the Department of Parks and Recreation to utilize the City of Atlanta's Tree Trust Fund as the source of funding for management activities for properties designated in perpetuity as forest land on 178 acres of real property located at 0 Fabrin Road Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, tax parcel ID numbers 14F-0041-LL-047-8, comma, 14F-003-LL-071-6, and 14F-0034-LL-036-0 for the protection, management, and regeneration of trees and other forest resources as authorized under City Code Section 158-66B in an amount not to exceed blank to be paid for the Tree Trust Fund using the fund and account information listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31364 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you. This is Elms ID number 31363, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor of his designee or the chief procurement officer or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to acquire from the Conservation Fund approximately 178 acres of real property located at 0 Fabrin Road, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, tax parcel ID number 14F-0041-LL-047-8, comma, 14F-0035-LL-071-6 and 14F-0034-LL-036-0 for the protection, maintenance, and regeneration of trees and other forest resources as authorized under City Code Section 158-66B to be designated in perpetuity as forested land and to execute all documents necessary to acquire the property and authorizing acquisition, due diligence, closing costs, signage, demolition, site security and stabilization, fencing, and other site development costs in the amount not to exceed blank to be paid for from the Tree Trust Fund using the fund and account information listed herein, waiving Section 2-1541D of the Procurement and Real Estate Code and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31363 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Thank you, and I have one more. It's not here yet, so maybe not.
Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two items today. Elms ID 31325, a resolution to accept and adopt the 2022 Fulton County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan revised by the Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management Agency based on the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Planning Guidelines provided by the Federal Emergency Management Agency for purpose of ensuring mitigation and preparedness for natural hazards and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31325 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms 31399, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Richmond Street Southeast and Martin Street Southeast an all-way stop control intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31399 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms number 31426, an ordinance by Council members Matt Westmoreland and Jason Winston authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000 to the Atlanta Preservation Center and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31426 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 31427, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000 to the Community Foundation for Greater Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31427 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
An ordinance by council members Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Michael Bond, and Keisha Waits, authorizing a donation, a total amount not to exceed $5 million to the Georgia Early Education Alliance for Ready Students pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support early childhood education initiatives, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments to from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31366 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. AMS ID number 31326, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to authorize the mayor and his designee to authorize the chief financial officer to execute a master lease agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. for the acquisition of 2 MD-530FF helicopters and conversion of 1 MD-500E helicopter on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department in an amount not to exceed $9,379,307.00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31326 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
AMS ID number 31424, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, ordinance to waive the provisions of Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-209C and D of the Code of Ordinance for the City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to modify the hours of operations on Mondays starting November 21st, 2022 through December 18th, 2022, World Cup tournament only for all licensed establishments authorized to sell alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31424 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet, I believe you have one more item.
Thank you. Yes, EMS ID number 31384, a resolution by Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County, Georgia, for the provision of animal control services within the City of Atlanta for a term of 1 year to begin on January 1st, 2023, and to run through December 31st, 2023. All payments to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account number 1001 General Fund 20052 NDP Fulton County 5710001 payments to other governments 1514000 tax administration and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31384 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS number 31329, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Plan Act funds to Community Farmers Markets, Inc. to support CFM's further expansion of its fresh market MARTA, which will directly combat the food insecurity effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as create long-term post-pandemic increased local community resilience and food access pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter, and a total amount not to exceed $60,000.00 authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement with CFM, which shall detail the actions of CFM to further development of fresh water markets, to authorize the chief financial officer to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 31329 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Next item, Elms number 31308, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance by Finance Exec Committee to amend Ordinance 21-0-0850, authorizing the carryover of December 2021 excess leave accumulation for City of Atlanta employees for up to 20 days through and including June 30th, 2023, and for other purposes.
Items ID 31308 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 31309, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the carryover of December 2022 excess leave accumulation for City of Atlanta employees for up to 20 days through and including December 31st, 2023, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31309 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 31412, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone and Byron Amos, a resolution requesting the Atlanta Police Department and the Atlanta Department of Transportation to create a proposal to establish a process for street vending during the 2026 FIFA World Cup and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31412 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and Finance Exec Committees.
Elms number 31398, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Divisions 3, Standing and Other Committees, Subdivision 1, Standing Committee, Section 21132, Appointment Term, Vacancy G, to provide for committee meetings to be held on 3 days of the week preceding council meetings and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31398 will be referred to the Committee on Council.
Elms number 31420, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia laws, P4469, ET, SEQ, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA, Section 36-35, ET, SEQ, as amended by amending Part 1, Charter and related laws, Subpart of Charter, Article 8, the Office of the Inspector General, to restore the full independence of the Ethics Officer and of the Ethics Office by removing the Ethics Officer and the functions and duties of the Ethics Division from the Office of the Inspector General and establishing a separate Ethics Office, to amend Chapter 2, Article 7, Division 2, to reflect the actions of this charter amendment and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31420 will be jointly referred to the Finance Exec and Committees on Council. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item is Elms ID 31406. Ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the transfer of $5,000.00 from the Council District 9 carry forward account to the Council District 9 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31406 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And these next three are going to sound exactly the same, but I promise they're not. Elms ID 31359, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to rezone certain properties in the Grove Park community from R4A to R5 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31359 will be referred to the Zoning Committee and the ZRB.
Elms 31360, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to rezone certain properties in the Grove Park community from R4A to R5 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31360 will be referred to the Zoning Committee and the ZRB.
Elms 31361, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to rezone certain properties in the Grove Park community from R4A to R5 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31361 will be referred to the Zoning Committee and the ZRB.
Elms ID 31416, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into Amendment Number 1 with Safeware Incorporated pertaining to contract number listed, critical incident tactical gear on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department for the purpose of increasing the not to exceed amount by an additional $1,705,200.00 for the contractor. All costs shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed below and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31416 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Last item, Elms 31418, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor, his designee, to enter into amendment number 1 with Industrial Organizational Solutions Incorporated pertaining to contract number listed sergeants and lieutenants promotional testing on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department for the purpose of increasing the not to exceed amount by $27,155.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31418 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Completes my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Elms ID 31310, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, signed by Councilmember Keisha Waits, and signed by Councilmember Jason Winston. A resolution waiving and releasing the outstanding lien in the amount of $86,187.05 on approximately 3.65 acres of real property located at 3724 Forest Park Road, Atlanta, Georgia, for the purpose of transfer of the property to the City of Atlanta to be dedicated for a public park, as is permitted under the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, Part 3, Land Development Code, Appendix E, Article 5, Section 56, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31310 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 31429, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Garibaldi Street, southwest from Fletcher Street, southwest into University Avenue, southwest, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31429 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 31428, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Mount Zion Road, southwest from Waters Road, southwest to Browns Mill Road, southeast, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31428 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 31410, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Councilmember Byron Amos, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits, Councilmember Jason Winston, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, and Councilmember Dustin Hillis, and an ordinance to amend the Atlanta Code of Ordinance, Chapter 22, Aviation, so as to extend the permissible age of a taxi or rideshare vehicle from 7 years to 10 years and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31410 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance signed by all members of council, an ordinance to amend the City of Atlanta's Code, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 158, Vegetation, Article 2, Tree Protection, to make several updates related to the ordinance for the Tree Trust Fund, for the planning and protection, and to amend Part 3, Land Development, to the Part 15 and Subdivision Ordinance Sections 15-07-004, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31377, I believe, will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID 31430, a resolution by Councilmember Michael J. Bond requesting the Department of Watershed Management conduct a topographical and hydrological survey of the City of Atlanta's stormwater runoff areas to determine the feasibility of tree plantings in said areas and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31430 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID 31261, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution authorizing the mayor and the chief of corrections to enter into a reemployment temporary service agreements to be renewed annually, but for no more than 4 years, with retired City of Atlanta corrections officers at the rank of captain and below for the purpose of providing continual public safety services for the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31261 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 31381, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to amend resolution number 22-R-4317 to authorize payment in the amount of $147,500.00 in the settlement of all claims in the case of Terry Owens versus the City of Atlanta, civil file action number listed, pending in the state of court of Fulton County of Georgia, related to the motor vehicle accident that occurred on January 24th, 2019, to authorize the chief financial officer to pay the settlement from the account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31381 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 31330, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement agreement with SP-SDAM 2210-123017, Covens On Call, its services with WorkCom Incorporated, DBA as Covens Technologies Incorporated, on behalf of the Department of Atlanta Information Management pursuant section 2-1191.1 of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances for the term of 1 year, retroactively commencing August 12th, 2022 through August 11th, 2023, with 2 1-year renewal options in the amount not to exceed $5,923,000.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund departmental organization and account number listed therein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31330 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That concludes the papers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Council President. Elms ID 31375, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a lease agreement with Ultimate Bodies by Carlos, Inc. for the lease of commercial space with the property located at 1529 Piedmont Avenue Northeast, Suite L, for a term of 3 years with 2 1-year renewal options for the continued operation of the property as a retail development, continued operation of the, waiving section 2-1547, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31375 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 31417, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank. All funds to be charged to and paid from fund department organization and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31417 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dozier. No last name.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. First item is Elms ID number 31400, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an agreement with the United States Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration to remove all federal interest associated with EDA award number 0439040038, currently capitalizing the Phoenix Loan Fund, amending Resolution 22-R-3343 to set forth the intent for the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta to continue to administer the Phoenix Loan Fund and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31400 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, next item is Elms ID number 31327, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Fund, American Rescue Plan Act funds to the West Atlanta Watershed Alliance to support, also known as WAWA, to support WAWA's further development of the Outdoor Activity Center as a public food forest, which will directly combat the food and security effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as create long-term post-pandemic increased local community resilience pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, in a total amount not to exceed $85,000.00, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement with WAWA, which shall detail the actions of WAWA to further the development of the Outdoor Activity Center as a public food forest, to authorize the chief financial officer to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31327 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
All right, next item is Elms number 31421, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing a donation to House Proud Atlanta Incorporated for the purpose of providing home repairs for seniors in an amount not to exceed $50,000.00 from a District 4 carry forward account, authorizing the mayor to enter an agreement to contribute to the funding of home repairs of seniors residing in District 4 through a donation to House Proud Atlanta Incorporated and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31421 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, next item is Elms number 31365, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier and Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance for a special use permit for a community center pursuant to Section 16-18D.007 for property located at 25 Newcastle Street Southwest, fronting 50 feet on the west side of Newcastle Street Southwest, land lot 116, 14th District, Fulton County, Georgia, MPUT Council District 4, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31365 will be referred to the Zoning Committee and the ZRB.
The last item is Elms number 31425, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron D. Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcia Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and Keisha Shawn Waits, requesting that the City of Atlanta develop a strategy to market affordable housing projects to all qualifying city employees and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31425 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and Finance Exec Committees.
That concludes my legislation for introduction.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Elms number 31372, an ordinance by Councilmember, Amir Faroki, waiving the competitive source selection requirements contained in Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, and authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a cost agreement for event production services with Live Nation Entertainment for the 2022-2023 Peach Drop Festival for the benefit of the public in Atlanta in an amount not to exceed $500,000, authorizing that all Peach Drop contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to execute any insurance agreements which may be necessary for the city's sponsorship of the Peach Drop Festival and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31372 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Read that in two? Okay. Okay. Starting a paper that was, let's read this one in first. Elms ID number 31433, a resolution by council members Andrea L. Boone and Marcy Collier Overstreet requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation commence the Cascade Road Complete Street project construction at Kingsdale Road and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31433 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Right. Since I know everyone hates that I have like 20 papers, I'll try to read these as fast as possible. All right. Elms ID number 31390, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of McDonald Street Southeast and Berean Avenue Southeast and always stop controlled intersection to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection for other purposes.
Elms ID 31390 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31391, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of McDonald Street Southeast and Cameron Street Southeast and always stop controlled intersection to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection for other purposes.
Elms ID 31391 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31392, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Wiley Street Southeast and Eston Street Southeast and always stop controlled intersection to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31392 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31393. A resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to prohibit parking on the even side of the street of Gordon Avenue Northeast, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31393 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31394, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to prohibit parking on the east side of Pearl Street Southeast from Wiley Street Southeast to Fulton Terrace Southeast, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31394 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31395, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Pearl Street Southeast from Memorial Drive Southeast to Wiley Street Southeast and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31395 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31397, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee prohibiting parking on the north side of Rogers Street northeast for the 620-foot east-west section from Arizona Avenue to the 90-degree bend in the road and on both sides of Rogers Street on the north-south section between Hosea L. Williams Drive northeast and the 90-degree bend in the road, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31397 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31413, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee prohibit parking in the following streets located in the Sweet Auburn neighborhood: Hilliard Street from Auburn Avenue to Old Weed Street, W.H. Borders Drive from Decatur Street to Chamberlain Street from Jackson Street to Boulevard Southeast, Fitzgerald Street from Todd Street to Chamberlain Street, Todd Street from Jackson Street to Boulevard Southeast, and to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31413 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31419, an ordinance by Councilmembers Liliana Bakhtiari and Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to Kirkwood Business Owners Association and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31419 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 31098, a resolution by Councilmembers Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Andrea L. Boone, Antonio Lewis, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Howard Shook, Dustin Hillis, Michael Julian Bond, Alex Swan, and Keisha Waits, a resolution requesting that a provision be included in the funding agreement for any residential housing development receiving financial incentives from the City of Atlanta, pursuant to which housing units would be made available to households utilizing housing choice vouchers as a source of income, unless the project otherwise receives rental subsidies from the Atlanta Housing Authority, DBA Atlanta Housing, requesting that the I've lost my place. Requesting that the Atlanta Development Authority, Invest Atlanta, Atlanta Beltline Inc., the Fulton County Development Authority, and the Metro Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority adopt policies requiring that a provision be included in the funding agreements for any residential housing development receiving financial incentives therefrom, pursuant to which housing units will be made available to households utilizing housing choice vouchers as a source of income, unless the project otherwise receives rental subsidy from the Atlanta Housing Authority and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31098 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and Finance Exec Committees.
Wait, I forgot one. Elms ID number 31396, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor's designee to make the intersection of Ty Street Southeast and Wiley Street Southeast and always stop control at intersection, to request the Atlanta Department for Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31396 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Councilmember Shook.
Yes, I have a surprise bonus paper I'd like to introduce, also known as Elms 31431, an ordinance by Shook to rename Frankie Allen Park to Historic Bagley Park and rename the athletic fields as the Frankie Allen Fields and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31431 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Thank you. Any other papers for introduction today? Hearing none, we'll move to general remarks. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to announce that this week's Hello Fresh will be at the DeKalb Atlanta Senior Center this Wednesday, November the 9th at 25 Warren Street. There's no prerequisite to receive this benefit. If you don't need it, please pass the word along. We'll be there promptly at 3 p.m. in partnership with DeKalb County Commissioner Larry Johnson, and of course we will remain until all of our supplies for that day are exhausted. Every week, in partnership with Second Helpings Atlanta, HelloFresh, and Pratt Industries, we distribute about 8,000 meals a week, largely through our distribution partners in various food banks and food pantries. For our in-person drive-up, walk-up, pick-up, we're serving anywhere from 300 to, depending on our location, as many as 1,500 families. So if you don't need it, please pass the word along. Again, we will be at 25 Warren Street at the DeKalb Atlanta Senior Center. And I also wanted to just for a moment ask that we continue to lift up one of our illustrious former members, the Honorable Carolyn Long Banks, who is suffering a significant health challenge at the moment. And she is a dynamic fighter. And so if you think it not robbery, please lift up our former member as the first appointed African-American woman to the Atlanta City Council, the first elected African-American woman to the Atlanta City Council, a member of the student movement that made Atlanta free, and a pioneer and trailblazer in many other respects. Please uplift her, and to urge her rapid and significant healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to acknowledge that this upcoming Friday is Veterans Day. And so I just want to wish an early Veterans Day to Atlanta's 18,350 veterans that serve as citizens of our great city.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Dozier, for your service to our country. Councilmember Lewis.
So I want to say congratulations to the Crawford Tigers, my alma mater for year number 4. Y'all put together a 4-peat. Congratulations on being the APS football champions, middle school champions, 4 years straight. Congratulations, Crawford Tigers. Next up, I want to say we are next Saturday, the 19th, at Atlanta Technical College. District 12, myself, with Choices for Kids, and with Amazon, we'll be giving turkeys, hens, and chickens to over 3,000 families. Nice. We'll be doing 3,000 families. We're going to give you a turkey, the ham, the chicken, and the sides. And we added something else to this. We know people in our district are having troubles with getting jobs, so what we're doing is we're going to do record expungement as well. So you can put up and get everything you need for Thanksgiving, not just a turkey, everything. And you can get your record expunged, and we're going to have jobs there on the spot. So it's going to be a full circle wraparound thing going on in District 12 at Atlanta Metropolitan College on the 19th. Thank you. And shout out to Crawford Long again.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Bond mentioned a former member of this body who is facing some health challenges, and so I wanted to take a minute to recognize the Speaker of the Georgia House, David Ralston. And while he and I may belong to different political parties, over the last several years, when the control of our airport has been threatened or when there have been secessionist efforts to break the city apart, he has guided those conversations to the appropriate conclusion. And so I want to make sure that we're all thinking of him right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
I would like it to be noted for the record that Councilmember Westmoreland stole my statement, so thank you for that. But also I wanted to, in addition to all of us needing to keep Speaker Ralston in our prayers for every reason that Councilmember Westmoreland said, and I was very sad to see him step down as Speaker of the House. because of the incredible work that he's done keeping balance. Although we also share different political ideologies, he's been an incredible speaker and a real leader within his party and within guiding our state. So want to keep him in our thoughts and prayers, but also shout out to Principal White from Burgess Peterson for being voted Principal of the Year. I think we should all go Principal White. So wanted to give him a shout out and just say how proud we are to have him. Well, how proud I am to have him in District 5 and how lucky APS is to have him. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Just want to say congratulations and send a shout out to St. James Lodge number 4 in celebrating their 151st anniversary of existence. And then also to Letty, the Liberia Economic Development Initiative, for celebrating the 200th birthday of Liberia. And in that program, my colleague Antonio Lewis and I were actually crowned ceremonial chiefs of tribes of Liberia. So I just wanted to send those congratulations.
Well, Chief Amos, Chief Lewis, Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to congratulate Dusty Baker on being the 3rd African-American to win a World Series title as the coach of the Houston Astros. And just to bring it back to a sense of connection to Atlanta, over 50 years ago, he was drafted by the Atlanta Braves and was actually on deck when Hank Aaron hit his famous 715th home run. So congratulations, Dusty Baker, on your World Series titles. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
I want to thank the mention of Councilmember Dozier mentioning Veterans Day. It reminded me that is also my mother's birthday and also my uncle's birthday, who's a former member of this body, former District 4 member, James Bond. And my mother is Alice Bond. Now, she doesn't watch these meetings, that's what she tells me, but she has plenty of people who do. So I wanted to wish her a very happy birthday. And thank you, Councilmember Amos, for mentioning the august and historic St. James number 4, which is my lodge, and which is the oldest Prince Hall Lodge in the city of Atlanta. So thank you for reminding us of that. So I want to also add my well wishes to St. James number 4, the James Gang, that is affectionately known.
Thank you. Chief Lewis.
That's a serious thing. Y'all laughing. That's a real thing. I also want to say I want to tell you all about another Thanksgiving turkey drive we're doing with Caring for Others, and that's November 10th at Caring for Others. So these are different partnerships in which we're making sure people in District 12, if you need something, we got you. So please pull up at Caring for Others on the 10th, in which they're going to be doing a clothes giveaway. If you like the suits I wear, you'll see some suits that I wear actually being given away. And also we're going to be giving away turkeys. So Caring for Others over in District 12 on the 10th. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick notes. Election day is tomorrow. Please go and vote tomorrow. If you have not voted yet, you have to vote at your precinct. You can find exactly where your precinct is located by going to the Georgia Secretary of State's office. I'd also like to send condolences to the family of Vince Dooley. He passed, of course, the legendary Georgia football coach who passed recently. And also just want to make a note that Irwin Street near Krog Street is going to be completely open for the Beltline, but closed to cars for a week-long test related to the future Beltline rail project. So if you're over in that area, please be aware that there will be a detour. With that, I will entertain a motion to, with that adjourned, thank you. First, we'll call the adjourning roll.
Council President Shipman, Council Members at Large Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Shawn Waits, Council Members Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis.
Without objection, we will be adjourned. We're adjourned.